to just 3 as opposed to many more?
Sure. I think a lot of it stemmed from when we were developing our rules, we were working closely with the Deer Friends of Iowa City and trying to make sure that the properties were large enough that there wouldn't be external impacts to wherever a hunter was located. I think looking at a limit of 3 waivers was one way to do that, where you have, especially in urban areas where you have multiple parcels next to each other. Even though it's possible, it's hard to imagine a situation in which you have a bow hunter in a backyard and it's, on a normal block. But it might be possible depending on the layout of the block. That was just a decision that we made when we approved it.
And if we expand beyond 3, do you think there are more opportunities? Are there a lot? I mean, does that seem to open up a lot more areas if private property owners wanted to have 4 or 5 people work together?
I think it would offer more flexibility. I don't know that it's not going to be panacea or a silver bullet or anything. It would allow more areas, and the specific property owners that I'm aware of that banded together, really they were only able to identify an approximately 20-foot by 20-foot piece of property where a deer stand could go. But where the deer are located in that particular block would be a little outside of that area, which would require additional waivers. So I think it would offer flexibility in cases where property owners are motivated to work together.
And as I'm looking at the map on the screen right now, I personally have, actually the blue map that you showed, I think I perceive the previously privately owned flood acquisition properties very differently than City Park. If any of those private property owners wanted to get a property waiver with the city on any of those blue properties, is that allowed in our current rules?
That would be allowed under our current rules. And typically, if one property owner owns multiple parcels next to each other, you only require 1 waiver for all of that. So it's a little different. In the case of the flood buyout areas, you'd really only be able to look by the river because those blocks aren't more than 300 feet wide. So you're always going to be within 150 feet of the right-of-way line, and there aren't waivers required aren't waivers allowed for right-of-way line. The waivers are really for distance from other property owners, distance from buildings of those property owners. I think that's really what the waivers are allowed for. So it's only specified things.
Councilor Alter, jump right in there anytime.
Sure. I was just wondering, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I was wondering, has there been any conversation with the university? I realize that the city has, quite a bit of the blue is ours, but it does kind of span outward a bit. And so I was just wondering if there have been any discussions about the possibility of the university being, partnering with us and allowing some of the discussions that we're having now, if they're in on them, or might be amenable to being able to expand perhaps the map here to be able to control deer.
Well, one challenge is, so I switched to attachment 2 that shows the areas that would be allowed. One challenge is the areas that would be allowed within the university aren't really ideal hunt locations, and they're also often near pretty high-use trails, and some of them are in the middle of parking lots. Like, those aren't going to be terribly useful for an effective stand. We have engaged with the university in the past. I don't believe that we've done so recently. And in the past, I don't think that they have been, maybe Jeff can step in on their discussions.
Yeah, we've worked with them in the past when we've had sharpshoots, but they have not participated in the urban bow hunt. And again, it's not all their locations would lend well to.
Yeah, I could certainly see that. I was just wondering if it had been raised, but no, there's a lot of logistical difficulty there. So,
and I would say, I think that they would probably be amenable to waiving a 150-foot buffer. We don't know that, but from their property line. So there might be an ability to expand the land owned by the city that could be used for a hunt. I just don't think that we'd be, I think that that's about where our partnership would lead us if we wanted to go that route.
Thank you.
Well, if you're looking for recommendations, I would say all three. When I look at what we've done since the bow hunting started, and IDNR hasn't allowed the city to do sharpshooting, we haven't really harvested a lot of deer, and they continue to grow. And so I don't see any issues with us trying all three and seeing where we land. We do need to pick up some ground here. So that's where I would suggest that we put them all out there.
I'd like to concur with the caveat. I think that the city park and Hickory Hill Park would need to be very time restricted, highly, like it wouldn't be an open season. It would be a very specific date with extra efforts to make sure that the public was aware if we were to do that. But curious if you guys all think that is a good idea.
I guess how would you rope it off? Is there an opportunity to, because the
So,
public would
You're
have to
right.
be aware.
Yeah, I don't think it can, I think that's, I think I would prefer it as a very, very, very controlled kind of thing.
yeah, in City Park especially, you're going to probably need to close trails. You're going to need to make sure that it's at times when it's not used. So possibly, the park closes or opens at dawn and closes at dusk. So presumably, you could do it outside of those hours. You could restrict who hunts, so you could even limit it to city staff if there's city staff that are passionate about bow hunting. In the case of the Ned Ashton House or the properties kind of more to the west, in those areas, you would also probably have to close off trails and be willing to do some of those things. And you'd want to make sure that you're avoiding any impacts of the use of this site. So in the case of City Park, you're going to have to avoid baseball. In the case of Ned Ashton House, you're going to have to avoid any programming that occurs there. And then also just the general use of trails and such. So you would have to have lots of, and that's something that staff is able to propose as we put these together. But we would just need to know that council is interested in approving either some or all of the public properties that are shown on the map.
My sense of it, I unmuted myself, is in looking at the three proposals, really, I'm kind of veering towards the first two because I'm also thinking about, I agree completely with Councilor Mo that there has to be a lot of messaging and communication so that people know when they can and can't be in the parks and the public places. So that's one piece. But the other, in terms of talking about revising the rules altogether, why don't we work with the first two, which is expanding the areas that people can do their bow hunting, and then also being able to do some revisions or exemptions. So that's where I'm leaning. If we need to revise, I'm not in any opposition to that. I guess I'm just wondering, from the outset, has there been a proposal where there's something that needs to be outright, like the rule needs to be changed, or is it simply an exemption or a revision?
It could be any of the rules. The rules have been adopted by council, so those are the rules that we enforce. It could be any rule. However, staff would be very cautious to affect anything that might impact health or safety, and so that's where
Right.
that waiver limit is the thing that, if there was something that we would propose, it would probably be that.
I think that that's where my conservatism is to make sure that it's not just dumped out on the table and everything gets changed. I think that there's been a really smart approach to this, and so I think that, as needed, we can do some exemptions and whatnot, but I think that kind of looking at it wholesale or whole cloth, we don't need to do that. The other thing, and this is preaching to the choir, preaching to the public, agreeing with the public, is that no matter what we do, nothing is going to be a perfect solution. So I'm all in favor of trying to see what we can do so that we can kind of mitigate the population, as well as address some of the public interest in expanding how the program works.
Quick question, these changes, we're focusing on citywide, right? Even though we're talking about this in regards to the challenges of Manville Heights, we're not looking at something Or are we looking at something specific to that neighborhood, or more like a citywide
If
sort
you
of change?
Yeah, that's a good question. If you change the rules, it would affect the entire city. Obviously, targeted outreach, we would be looking at targeted outreach specifically in this area. If we're looking at expanding public lands, you would have to specify which lands you're interested in seeing hunting on, and then we would return with a memo that would then be considered at your next meeting, and if you don't pull it, then those lands would become open for bow hunting.
And just so I'm completely clear on the map, currently there is not bow hunting in City Park allowed, anything like that?
Correct.
That would be,
On any of these public properties, it is not allowed.
okay. I was pretty sure I understood that, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Regarding the item 2 specifically, the suggestion that we could limit who may hunt, for example, restricting hunting to city employees, I think that sounds nice. I'm curious, is there a large group of city employees who really want that? Or,
There's at least,
I love our city employees,
Yeah.
but why not open it up to everybody?
it,
Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
You can take
it's not an uncommon approach that cities take, particularly when it's their property. And sometimes it's focused on law enforcement or public safety staff, so there's a heightened awareness and sense of responsibility that one takes to approach their task. But it certainly could open it up to anybody. It's just a comfort level decision, and if we're going to be hunting in an area that we think could be heavily traveled or where others might be exposed, it might be nice to have a city employee there that we could get more regular feedback from, and that we could sit down and talk about the rules and just make sure that everything's followed as it should be.
Well, hearing that actually does make a lot of sense. I thought it was just a perk, not
No,
a safety
no.
feature, so.
More of a sense of responsibility that you would have as a city employee.
and you do see that with private property owners too. Sometimes you'll find people that are more comfortable with their employees hunting on site. So private property owners do it as well.
Yeah.
One other thing, too, is just as we kind of take a look at cost benefit in terms of extra, I understand that somebody who wants to hunt a particular piece of land, it's on them to get whatever permissions or anything else they need, right? Not on the city to go get that for them, even if they were to get something approved. But just in terms of like, if we make some of these changes, how much extra workload does that put on city staff? And do we think it'll have, enough of an impact to be worth it?
I would say the impact on city staff would be relatively minimal, or at least it would be the same as if current rules. It would open up more property potentially for review. Yeah, I don't think it would be that much more burdensome than our current process. It would just open up more land for hunting, theoretically.
All right, thank you.
I have one final question, and I bet that it's already bound up and been considered, but given, if property owners were to say, yes, bow hunting on my land, and someone were injured, whose responsibility is, like, who's liable?
Yeah, so there are state regulations that protect property owners. So it would be really on the hunter if someone is injured. And that's based on state law that strives to encourage bow hunting. So they really do want to try to shield property owners to the extent possible.
Okay, and so that, the same logic applies if they're doing something, if someone gets injured on city property, it's the same thing. It's a hunter who is
Yeah,
accountable, depending on the situation, I guess. Sorry, I don't want to take us down a rabbit hole. I'm just curious in that whole mess.
I think that's right. I would need to look at that again, but I agree with Mr. Lehman in the extent that there is a state statute that tries to encourage private landowners to make their property available for recreational use more broadly, including bow hunting more specifically. Of course, that's not a guarantee that the city couldn't be sued. Of course, that can always take place, but I think we would be in good shape.
maybe one, again, I don't want to get too far into the weeds. One of the things, one of the features of the sharpshooting that I thought was very nice was that as I understand, a large amount of the meat was actually donated or given to food pantries. Is that a possibility with private hunting?
I believe that we encourage it if folks aren't interested in having the meat themselves. So there are many hunters that hunt because they like deer meat as well. So
Sure.
I believe that we do encourage it, though.
Okay.
So I'm hearing some targeted outreach and some comfort with increasing the number of waivers for, which is basically opportunities for private property owners to work together to open up more land. Those are things that we can bring back to you at your next meeting. If you're interested in, maybe you're not quite ready to make a decision on public ground, what I think we would like to do, if there is an indication that you're interested in public ground, is work with Julie to better understand the programming aspects of both the Ashton House and City Park during the hunting season, and come back to you with what we think would be the best option. It may not be a great option, given the constraints and the use of those spaces, but we could present you kind of the best option, which would include, this is what we would have to close, these are the hours or the days that we would probably open it up to, and this is how we would suggest selecting our hunters. We can go through that exercise and bring that back to you if public ground in Manville Heights is of interest.
Yeah, I think I heard consensus for the most part for those. Item, the recommendation of number 3, where it'll go with more than 3 property line waivers. I heard Councilor Alter not in favor, and I don't have a strong opinion about that.
I'm in favor of it. So I don't think we want to probably have, I don't think it's beneficial to have unlimited, but 4, 5 seems like that might.
And there's still waivers that have to go to staff for consideration.
Right, yeah.
I'm okay with looking at the expansion. I don't really have my mind made up right now which way I think I would go on that, but I would certainly be open to considering it and realizing that, we are talking about a lot of property damage and, risk to motorists and things like that. So there's cause to think if we can help with other solutions.
Yeah, and I'm not putting no interest. I welcome seeing what staff comes up with.
I agree, same thing, yeah.
Okay. So we'll keep all 3 options on the table for you all to come back before us in a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to item number 5, which is CIP project updates. And I see Julie joining us. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Julie Seidel-Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm going to start you off with an update on 2 of our park projects, and then engineering will take over with a number of other ones.
Great.
Hang on here. Okay, so the first one I'll update you on is where we're at with City Park Pool. We've been working on this pretty diligently with the project team. You left us with some directions back in early May, and we've been working on it, meeting about every 2 weeks, making lots and lots of decisions. We are through the design phase and working on construction documents now. So just as a reminder, this was the concept design that you talked about back in early May and gave us direction on. With this design, you left us with the opportunity to look at a few things. We were looking still at, were there ways to have more 25-meter, 50-meter lap lanes? You gave us the option of looking at 3 separate pools versus the 2 pools. We looked at, we could possibly be moving around shade structures and other items on the pool deck. And then looking at a play structure versus the current channel that's in there. So we had this option, and this was the early option that showed the 3 pools. So here, the next slide is going to show you where we're at today. And I'm going to caution you, first of all, that the design you see there has been flipped. The next one you're going to see is the same elements. The lap pool moves to the opposite side. So be ready, because it flips sides. Where we're at right now is we are working on the three-pool concept. We decided that that is the best way to go in terms of operations and cost, in terms of how the pool operates, how much room is needed in the filter house for different things, and the ability to heat pools differently. So in this option, we can have the leisure pool heated to a higher degree, the lap pool left cooler water, and the diving well somewhat in between. I am going to now show you a new drawing that came just today that shows this even better. So this is the 3D concept, and here's some of the things that have changed since you've seen it the last time that I want to point out. First of all, we've added additional accessibility areas to the three pools. So we have a ramp that goes into the lap pool along with stairs. So you have two independent entries into the lap pool. It's still 6 50-meter lap lanes. We're not able to find another way to do 25 meters, so that would be something we would do operationally. The leisure pool has a play structure in it currently. You don't see it on this particular drawing, but the accessibility has stairs here, and then, of course, the large zero-depth entry coming into the pool. The current channel has been removed replaced with a play structure. We did some more work on the safety and the way that lifeguards have to work with the current channel. We talked with the university where they have one and decided the play structure was probably the better option. Also, a little money savings there, too. What we've replaced it with, though, the current channel now has a really nice little bench sitting here in the water. So think of that for, first of all, swimming lessons. There's a place for younger kids to stand while they're waiting for their turn to go out and swim on that ledge. If you're an adult there later in the day with your kids, you've got a nice place, sunny place to sit in the water. So we think that'll be a nice option. The diving well is 14 feet deep. It's shown with 2 diving boards, a low board and a high dive. There is room for 3. At this point, though, we have opted for a climbing wall instead of a third pool option, and then it has stairs that go down into it. The filter house is now shown on the east side of the facility. It was shown originally on the south side. We've done that to minimize the amount of driveway that needs to be built to reach it. This drawing does not show all the trees. That's still we're working on. If you remember, one of the things we agreed to was to try to maintain the trees. I do want to mention that, though, because over the summer we've had, I want to say, 5 large mature trees fall pretty randomly throughout City Park. So that means our tree canopy, as much as we're trying to save it, is nearing the end of its lifespan. So even if we save it at this point, expect that we're going to lose some of those mature trees in the next 5, 10, 15 years. We continue to look at ways to minimize that with the construction of this project, but just know that we also are looking at the overall health of all of those trees in Upper City Park. We actually had the state forester out there last week looking at it with our staff, some concerns about the health of those trees. It's kind of a bigger issue than just the pool construction, so I just wanted you to be aware of that. Another thing that will change that we hadn't anticipated is right now there's a small playground here on the east side of the pool. We're going to be moving that playground. And the playground will move most likely down by the baseball fields in Lower City Park. It's a newer, small playground. If you remember, though, the new City Park playground is just on the other side of the road and down the hillside. So the intent was always that this playground would eventually move. It's just now it's time that it would move to another location. Yeah, I think that's the main things. We are skating right on the edge of the budget, as always. So every decision we're making, we're looking at, are there ways to save a little bit and keep it within the budget as we get ready? Are there any questions? I will go through the entire bathhouse next, but I want to see if there's any questions I can answer, first of all, on the updated pool design.
I can't remember the climbing wall from the past. That's a new feature?
It is a new feature.
Can you speak to how much it gets, because we have one in the Robert A. Lee Rec pool.
Yeah.
Can you speak to how much it gets used?
Not so much at Robert A. Lee. We don't have a large teen population. But as we were looking through this design, we were trying to figure out what other things could we do to enhance it for kind of that middle school teenage. And there's 2 things actually that we're looking at. One being the climbing wall, which is a fairly inexpensive structure that can be added. If it can taken away in a few years, if it grows old or changed at that point. We're also going to add places where we can connect large inflatables in the lap pool. So if we're having an event or if we have a special teen time or something, we could have large inflatables for the teens too. So we're just trying to spice it up with a few more activities for kind of those older kid age.
On the heels of Counselor Mo's question about the climbing wall, would that also be navigated with diving and operationally? Or is that something that can happen concurrently?
Right now, it's, like I said, it's large enough for 3 diving boards, so I believe that it can operate with the 2 boards and the climbing wall.
Okay.
I would have to double check that. It might be only 1 board while the climbing wall is in
Okay.
use. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And then can you describe that, you said operationally, you would use, you would just put a cord down the middle of the lap
Yeah.
lanes to make a 25-foot lane? That's that,
Right, you can see where the line is, and we have said that we would likely have 2 50-meter lap lanes at all times, but that would mean that we would put a rope halfway across 1 or 2 lanes that could become 25-meter if, if there was a desire for that.
there was discussion at one point about a bulkhead. What happened with that conversation?
Very expensive and pretty difficult for staff to move on a regular basis. We have one at Mercer. It's moved a handful of times per year. It's not something you would probably want to move in an outdoor pool every day or, regularly like that, so.
It looks nice, yeah.
Okay, let me show you the bathhouse and what it's looking like. Once again, a new drawing today. This is the view looking from the pool. So you look, and this will be the and I'll show you the floor plan here in a second too. This is the head lifeguard area and the concession stand, and then locker room entries on both sides with lockers on the outside and also some on the inside. This is looking from the parking area or the driveway on the bottom. So you'd walk up, this is once again the main entrance into the pool. You'd have the front counter staff here at these front windows. Then you would enter on one side or the other. This over here is our new community room. So this would be available year-round. And I'll show you that on the floor plan. And the outdoor restrooms for the park are located here on this end of the pool. So let me show you what that looks like in floor plan. Oops, sorry. Okay. So once again, as you would enter the pool, up here at the top, you'll come in, the locker rooms, and I don't remember which side is men's or women's. You would split off men's lockers on one side, women's on the other. In the center are the individual changing areas or individual shower rooms. There's 2 of them, plus a nursing space, nursing room for nursing mothers. As you enter, you can either go through the locker rooms or you could use the single user spaces and go directly through this corridor, kind of right down the middle. That will take you directly out onto the pool deck. And then you have, on the bottom in that center section is the lifeguard area, has its own restroom, has a first aid station, has a little more space for the guards' storage area. One thing I didn't point out on the pool drawing, though, is that the lifeguard on-deck space is now situated right in the middle of those 3 pools. So right now, when you go to City Park Pool, you'll see, in the summer, you'll see the lifeguards under a little tent by the bathhouse. We've moved that out now, so it'll be in the center of the 3 pools. So even when the lifeguards aren't on active stand duty, they'll be situated right in the middle of the 3 pools to have pretty easy access. And then on the east side of the building is where the small multi-purpose room will be, and that'll be available year-round. A small classroom type space with a very small kitchenette and 1 restroom area, or 1 single restroom for that, and then 1 single restroom for the rest of the park.
On the rendering, I noticed a high-pitched peaked roof. Is there a second story or attic space, or is
There's
it just a
not.
big open space?
Yeah, and it doesn't look quite as pitched on this one maybe as
Okay,
the
yeah, I
other
think-
rendering. Yeah, it's
It's not
mainly
that
the rooftop over the central area. Gives you
Yeah.
kind of a nice vaulted area as you come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about all the south-facing glass and baking people in the summertime.
It's north, and then the south is just it's shorter on the inside. So the bottom picture is the inside, and you can see it's under the
Yes.
eave.
Oh, okay.
That's the south side.
Yeah, so the bottom one is looking out. Oh, I'm sorry, I got that
Yeah,
backwards.
No,
I got
the
that
top
backwards.
is a big
Yeah,
glass, yeah,
yeah, but it's also looks so they can see out on the pool deck.
yeah.
That's the idea.
Separate from the, like, the functionality of it or what have you, I love the kind of like retro, it is absolutely still in character of City Park Pool, and I really like that, so
Thank you.
kudos.
Okay, let me go through timeline. Like I said, we're done with schematic design. We're in the design, development, and construction documents. We spent 3 hours today picking out fixtures. You would have loved it, Josh. And that kind of thing for the interiors. We hope to have the public hearing set it on February 4th with a public hearing on February 18th, when you'll see the full plans and specs. Bids due in March, anticipated award date mid-March. With construction throughout the entire next summer and fall. So we're ready to open again in May 2026.
Can you go back to the floor plan? I was curious, because I know one of the features of this is it's the east side of the building is a year-round. Is the whole building a year-round building, or just the east portion?
The whole building will be heated minimally,
Okay,
so it won't be appropriate for staff to office or anything like that throughout the rest of the building. It'll be heated so that we don't have to drain it down.
Okay.
And, for the equipment and whatnot that's stored there.
well, so the public won't be able to rent this space in January or
No.
something? Okay.
No, that's not the intent. Only the community room space on the east side.
So the community room on the east side,
Yes, the
it will be
community room
year-round?
on the east side is year-round.
Year-round, okay.
Yeah.
That is,
And the restroom, the park restroom would be available year-round too now.
yeah. No, I think that's going to be a great amenity for people year-round to get to use. I feel better about the massive expense for a year-round thing.
Yeah. Any other? Okay.
Sounds good.
Let me move to the other side of the park, to Terrell Mill Park, and update you on the roller park project. Some exciting news that we are getting the $250,000 grant from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. That's through the National Park Service and the Iowa Department of Natural Resources. Good news is we're getting the funding. The bad news is it holds the project up just a little bit because it takes a little bit longer to get the agreement with the National Park Service. But here's where we are with the design of the roller park. At this point, we are planning on leaving the current skate park in place. Originally, we thought we would remove that. Instead, we're going to do some renovations and leave that and concentrate on the new kind of central area, which will be the skate park area, being really geared towards beginner and intermediate skaters. What we're hearing is the dangers of the old one is really it's too advanced for most beginner skaters. So by offering the beginner and intermediate areas, we hope to build people up so they can still use the older area with some repairs to it. But then we'll have the intermediate area in the middle, and then the northern area is the pump track primarily for bicycles, but it can be used by any kind of roller toys or equipment. And we have a couple renderings of how this is going to look too. I think it's going to be a really nice attraction there right along Dubuque Street. It will kind of take that whole area between the driveway to the boathouse to the current skate park, and some really cool things. We are still working on design. We're through design development. We'll be putting in the permit application to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers since we're in a floodplain area along the river. That'll go in soon. And then we also have the grant agreement to get in place with the National Park Service. So we're really looking at bidding this late spring, early summer of 2025. With construction hopefully in the fall of '25. So the end of next summer into the fall. It won't take nearly as long of a process as City Park Pool, but it'll be in construction after that. Any questions on
Julie,
this? Yeah.
sorry, I hopped in. Has there been any specific outreach? I know that the community at large may not have necessarily as much of a, I don't know, technical insight about how well the park may or may not work for them. Is there a way that we can find who the skaters are
Sure.
and or go into some different places where there might be people who could kind of weigh in, just again, public feedback, but these are the folks who are going to be using it most. And it's probably not as easy as just sending a survey out.
Actually, it actually was almost easier, and we did that
Oh, cool.
early on in this project. We had great public meetings last January, believe it or not. Had a couple of public meetings and then an online availability of the survey. And I don't have the statistics with me here tonight, but we actually had quite a bit of input those nights into the design. The lead developer of the skate park area works for a company called Spawn Ranch out of California, but he is an Iowa City native who learned to skate on the skate park. And he still is very well connected to the skate community here in Iowa City, and he has been back and in connection with all those individuals throughout this whole process. So I can assure you that our skaters have been very much involved in the design and how we got to where we are today.
And there are a few skaters that had contacted me, and I connected them with you, and they were happy
Yeah.
with that opportunity.
Yeah.
I am applauding. That's so cool. I love it. Thank you for the additional insights, and of course, you guys are great. Thank you for doing that.
Quick question about the skate park. I love it at the front door of Iowa City. It's a cool look. Landscaping has always been kind of interesting down there and natural but beautiful. Is that landscaping part of this project too? And is there public art? There, in the past, has been
Sure.
public art in that park.
So the concept we're looking at right now ties in City of Literature, actually. Some of the skate park elements may look like books and may tie into our literature theme. So yes, there will be that. There is also the original millstone from when it was a mill site still down there. It belongs to the National Park Service, but it's been loaned to us long-term. So we're looking at that being a centerpiece at some place in the park. They're going to build that into the design as well. A lot of it will be done through colored concrete and different things to make it, give it some visual appeal. And then as far as the landscaping, our plan is to go with kind of our natural look that you've seen throughout downtown recently and around the rec centers, kind of our prairie plants. They'll be integrated right into the skate park design.
Well, I personally like that a lot.
All right. Thank you much. Here comes Jason. Welcome.
Thank you.
Taking turns, huh?
Yep, we're going to move on into more on the public works side of things. So I'll start off with a small disclaimer here. So this obviously isn't all the projects that we're working on, but just tried to highlight some of the major ones, especially those that have had significant traffic impacts that have been going on for a while. So give you an update on some of our larger projects. Starting off with Dubuque Street, as most of you are probably aware, it recently opened the majority of the project. So Dubuque Street is open, both the street and sidewalks. You can see a lot of the landscaping is already complete. The main pieces that are left there are the lighting. So not only the permanent light poles, but also the catenary lighting that'll cross over the roadway. Hoping to get that done yet this fall. A lot of that is just dependent on when we actually get the materials from the suppliers, but working on that. What's left is the alley. The remaining portion of it is the alley that we're working to finish that paving. That's been a little bit of a challenge. Been working through a lot of utility conflicts, kind of working through that. Still hoping to have that done yet this fall. At least that's what we're aiming for. And it looks like that will be reachable as long as we don't continue to have those conflicts. But fingers crossed, we're nearing completion on that. Rochester Avenue, another one that's been under construction for a while. The majority of the project is complete. You can see here a picture of some of the retaining wall, as well as some of the section there in front of Regina. A lot of that has been complete for some time. The remaining portion is that east side of the First Avenue intersection. We continue to work on getting that finished up, have some paving that needs to be done, have some utility work that still needs to be completed, and then obviously some of the permanent signal poles need to go in. Looking at having that substantially complete yet this fall. Hopefully have that wrapped up, most of the work here by the end of this month, and have that open to traffic. There is still some restoration work that has to happen that could extend into next spring. We're working with the contractor to see if we might be able to shorten that up a little bit and get it all done this fall. But it'd be either this fall or spring for final completion, but again, open to traffic, anticipating that yet this fall. Gilbert Street Bridge, so just down the street here, utility work is complete, working on finishing up the bridge. A lot of that is the railing work now, so the bridge deck is in, the approach panels are in. Been working mostly on railing here in the last few weeks. Anticipate having that open to traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian, by the end of this month. There would still be some parking lot work left to do, as well as restoration. The goal will be to have that kind of substantially complete by the end of this year, and again, with some potentially some restoration work, grass seed, that kind of thing in the spring as needed. Finally, for this year's projects, Park Road rehabilitation. So this is the asphalt overlay of the section of Park Road from Rocky Shore on the west to Riverside Drive on the east. They're looking at paving operations to start next week. So the goal of having that complete, hopefully by the end of the month, but for sure by mid-November, have that wrapped up. Typically on overlay projects, there's not a lot of restoration work that needs to happen. Most of the work's kind of between the curb lines. Sometimes there is some work if we replace intakes or something like that, some small restoration areas that need to be done, and that may occur in the spring. But we'll likely have that more or less complete this fall. Moving on to kind of some major projects that'll be expected to start the beginning of next year. First one's North Gilbert Street reconstruction. So this would be the section from Brown Street to Kimball Road. This would be a complete reconstruction. Will also include sidewalk on both sides, as well as some utility improvements as well. Looking at working with private utilities to get those relocations done here this fall and into the winter, with project construction slated to start first thing in the spring.
My understanding is you've already done the public meeting on this, like last week?
Last Wednesday.
Last
Yep.
Wednesday.
Yep.
Is there anything of note that came from that?
So that's, I believe, maybe the third public meeting. So we've had a number of them, but I think at this point, we have a pretty good plan in place. We've worked with the neighborhood to try and make things fit as best we could. So I think for the most part, we're in a pretty good place. We've kind of, between the alignment and where we ended up with sidewalk, we're able to accommodate some existing features in the corridor and keep those. So I think it's a good, whether you want to call it context-sensitive design or whatever it might be.
It's a really complicated
It is.
site.
It is, yeah. And it's an area that definitely, especially from the street side of things, needed some help.
And I know we're really just doing a CIP review. I am curious, though, what do you do to keep people from driving super fast down that hill? Because right now the road is terrible. You can't drive fast. When you build a nice new road, what do you do?
Usually we try and narrow up the street, and that helped to allow for sidewalks as well. The other thing we look at is our design speeds are what we post the speed limit for. So it'd be a 25-mile-an-hour design speed. Ultimately, having traffic on streets helps. Parking where we can on street helps. But we do what we can.
Yeah.
I guess the last thing I would mention on this one is we do anticipate this would be sort of a one construction year project. And then finally, Court Street reconstruction. So this is one that we have beginning next year with construction. Anticipate this will actually be a 3-year project. So it'd be 25, 26, and then most of 27. Not that you need to be able to see this entire drawing here, but wanted to just kind of show you the entire scope of the project from Muscatine Avenue to First Avenue. One of the challenging pieces of this project, well, a couple things. One being existing utilities in the corridor. There's not a good way to just relocate those all at once and then come back with the project after that. And so we're going to be doing a joint utility trench project to kind of relocate those utilities as we go. The other thing is, obviously, it's a challenging corridor. It's a tight corridor. It's established. It's also immediately adjacent to a school. And so there's a lot of challenges with that. And so we ended up, as we've looked at phasing, breaking that up into a number of different sections, kind of working from west to east to do that as we go. I would note that as we do that, sections of Court Street will close as they are under construction. but we'll keep the remaining areas open as much as we can and kind of, again, phase construction down the corridor as we go. And last slide here, I just wanted to kind of show, again, don't need to worry about the details here, but just kind of to help illustrate that, this is kind of the phasing plan for the project. And I think the way I would simplify it is there's a lot of colors on this page. Each color is kind of a different phase or stage of that work. And so we anticipate kind of starting on the west end, starting with the joint utility trench. As that moves to the east, we would follow immediately behind that with the actual project construction. And so both will kind of go concurrently down the corridor over the course of 3 years.
If I remember correctly, this was fully designed but was delayed because of the Rochester. Is this fully designed? Or
It is, we have final plans now, so we're providing final comments, but it was delayed in part because of the Rochester project,
Okay.
correct? And the concern there was having 2 sort of parallel corridors under construction at one time. So again, just kind of pointing out the different phases and stages that would be part of that construction. And that's all I have, but happy to answer questions on those or other projects.
With the Court Street reconstruction, you mentioned this on some of the other projects, but detours through the neighborhood, and I know even with the Rochester detour, not every motorist is thoughtful as they're going through a residential area. It's unavoidable that we need to use those detours while the thing is under construction, but any thoughts on trying to do speed mitigation? Because again, that's not just a neighborhood, but it's a neighborhood with a lot of foot traffic as well as with kids going to school back and forth between the high school and then southeast and so on.
Yeah, so we anticipate the detour for the project would be basically Muscatine and First Avenue, so kind of going around the project to the south. Through the neighborhoods gets a little more challenging. It's kind of that balance of trying to provide access for people that live there, but also not provide too easy of access for people to cut through. And so I think that's something that we continue to look at. It's something that we'll try to deal with up front as best we can, but also something we'll keep an eye on, especially as we kind of move phases and that changes, ways that we can kind of discourage that as much as we can.
And I think I saw on there, as I was trying to look at the phases, that they're purposefully set up so that you won't be blocking the morning side at the same time as, one of the block where you turn into the jock lot for the
Yep.
for the high school, just because there's multiple entrances. So I know that'll be
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion on that and how we, again, something that's constructible, but at the same time provides access, because again, with school traffic in the neighborhood, there's a lot of
and our
conflicting
brand new
needs there.
drivers.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's 3 years, the duration of Court Street. Will it open every winter? Will it reopen for full use?
That would be the
in the
intent,
non-construction season?
A little bit.
It will be painful.
It'll be
We will get
Be
emails.
good when it's done.
But it's painful now if you drive down it.
It needs to be done.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other updates? Seeing none. All right. We are on to item number 6, council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees.
Sir.
Hearing none, we are adjourned. We'll be back at 6 p.m. for our formal meeting.
I'm sorry.
lots of space.
Yes, a lot of space.
But my entire power strip to myself, and I have to share
We're
with
using
Sean.
good
I know,
space.
yeah.
A lot of space. Sean. Oh my God.
All right, Counselor Alter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. All right,
Fantastic.
great. I'm going to call this meeting to order for the City of Iowa City on October 1st, 2024. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Here.
Burgess, Dunn, Harmson,
Here.
Mo,
Here.
Saleh,
Here.
Teague.
Here. Welcome to everyone in your City Hall and to anyone that is attending virtually. We have 4 proclamations today, so we're going to move on to item number 2. 2A is Community Planning Month, and this is going to be read by Counselor Mo.
Whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places, and whereas community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live, and whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community, and whereas the full benefits of planning requires public officials and residents who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation, and whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories, and whereas the American Planning Association endorses National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight how planning is essential to addressing ongoing community needs and how planners can lead communities to equitable and sustainable futures. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the planning commissions and other planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the city of Iowa City. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional urban planners of the city of Iowa City, Iowa, and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. And whereas this commitment is exemplified by the city's recent $3.75 million pro-housing award through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which will be used to reduce regulatory barriers to housing construction, provide housing counseling services, and to develop new, affordable housing for low and moderate income housing. Now, therefore, I, Josh Moe, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Community Planning Month in the city of Iowa City, Iowa, in conjunction with the celebration of the National Community Planning Month. And receiving the award is Danielle Sitzman, the Development Services Coordinator for our city.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Danielle Sitzman. I just want to say thank you so much for this recognition during Community Planning Month. It is an honor to accept this on behalf of the dedicated planners, community members, and leaders who come together every day to shape the future of our neighborhoods. Planning is about more than maps and zoning, even though it doesn't always feel that way when we gather here. It's about building communities, fostering sustainability, and ensuring that our city remains a vibrant, inclusive place for all. This month is a reminder of the impact that thoughtful, inclusive planning can have on the well-being of our communities. Thank you to the City Council and everyone involved for supporting this vital work. Planning turns vision into action, leading us toward a just and inclusive future.
Great. Thank you. To be Domestic Violence Awareness Month will be read by Councilor Hermson.
Whereas domestic abuse, dating abuse, and stalking affects women, children, and men of all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds, causing long-term physical, psychological, and emotional harm. And whereas 1 in 3 Americans have witnessed an incident of domestic violence. And whereas children who experience domestic abuse are at a higher risk for failure in school, mental illness, substance abuse, suicide, and may choose violence as a way to solve problems later in life. And whereas domestic abuse in rural communities exists as a hidden, silent, and often unrecognized crime that is often underreported. And whereas, through the inspiration, courage, and persistence of victims of domestic abuse, their children, and advocates, our communities are learning to recognize the impact of violence in the home and within intimate relationships. And whereas, DVIP, our VAP, have worked to end violence and abuse in intimate relationships for more than 45 years through the collaborative partnerships of advocates, volunteers, local municipalities, criminal justice, health and human services, faith communities, business leaders, and private citizens. And whereas our community's achievements should be commended, and we must continue our commitment to respect and support victims of domestic abuse and to prevent future violence in our community. Now, therefore, I, Sean Harmson, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And accepting the award is Allison Tippie and Alta Medea from the Domestic Violence Intervention Program.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Allison Tippie, and I'm here tonight representing the Domestic Violence Intervention Program and the Rape Victim Advocacy Program. As of today, actually, we are officially merged as two programs. We are now doing sexual assault services in addition to domestic violence services. We are in a time of great change for our agency. We are opening the doors to our new emergency shelter in the next few weeks here, which is extremely exciting. We will be doubling our capacity to house victim survivors in emergency shelter and also be able to expand what we're doing with emergency sheltering to allow victims of sexual assault to be a part of our sheltering program. And as we do our 8-county service region, we will be bringing more people in from our southern counties. We serve all the way down to Missouri and all the way over to Illinois in this corner of southeast Iowa. So this is going to be really incredible for victim survivors. This past year in Johnson County, we served 1,919 victim survivors of domestic violence, stalking, dating violence, and human trafficking. Within that population, 1,091 of those individuals were from Iowa City. So we are continually grateful for your support of our program, and we are just so glad to have you on our side. We wouldn't be able to do this without your support, so thank you.
Thank you. And congrats on the new shelter. It's beautiful. Yes. We are moving on to 2C, Indigenous Peoples Day. Whereas the City of Iowa City recognizes that the indigenous peoples of the lands that will later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial. And whereas the city recognizes the fact that Iowa City is built upon the homelands and villages of the indigenous peoples of this region. And whereas the city is dedicated to opposing systemic racism towards indigenous people, which perpetrates high rates of poverty and income inequality, exacerbating disproportionate health, education, and social crises. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations-sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. And whereas the city strongly supports the proposition that Indigenous Peoples Day shall be an opportunity to celebrate the thriving cultures and values of the indigenous peoples of the region. And whereas the city strongly encourages schools to include the teaching of indigenous peoples' history in its curriculum and encourages other businesses, organizations, and institutions to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of the City of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim October 14th, 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Day here in Iowa City. And receiving this proclamation will be Marie Krabs from Great Plans Action Society.
All right. First, I just want to say thank you to Iowa City. It feels really good to live in a city that does try very hard to be inclusive, you know, and recognize all of its populations. So thank you for that. This gesture today is very important because generally when we see Indigenous representation in dominant society, unfortunately, it's generally one of three things: erasure. Erasure is if we don't exist anymore, like we're, you know, something in history. And erasure is so deep that sadly some of our ancestors learned to erase themselves. We also see the romanticized version of us as, you know, the sacred shaman, or of course the tokenized mascot. So generally we're seeing those things in dominant society. I'm here accepting this to represent that we are still here. We're not mystical creatures or human beings, and we're definitely not a mascot. Again, we're human beings. Yesterday was Orange Shirt Day. That's a day to honor the many children who were murdered and died at the boarding schools during the boarding school era in United States history. At one point, up to 85% of our children were stolen away. Many did not make it home. The ones that did, a lot of them, unfortunately, were pretty traumatized. Yesterday, I saw a woman share her relative's boarding school record, and by the name of her relative, it said ran. The relative had ran. And it was in that successful act of defiance that allowed her to come onto this earth. So I want to honor our ancestors who literally risked their lives to allow us ours. The ones that risked their lives to keep our traditions and our teachings alive, because those were illegal too, for until 1978, the year that I was born. I want to honor the people who are currently working to revitalize our cultures, who are learning our languages, things that were lost through that boarding school era. And it's because of all of these countless sacrifices that we're here today able to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm so honored to accept this proclamation. I'm honored to be here. Again, I just want to thank the city. I want to thank the city of Iowa City, our allies, our community supporters, and all the amazing people who showed up today. And just one last note, I learned today that Joe Coulter passed away. He's a prominent member of the Indigenous community here in Iowa City. He started the Iowa First Nations program many, many years ago. He was one of my professors when I came here as a baby at 18, one of my only Indigenous professors. So I just wanted to honor his name today. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your words, and let's take a moment of silence for Joe Coulter. We do know him. Yes. Thank you. 2D is National Disabilities Employment Awareness Month, and this is going to be read by Mayor Pro Tem Sala.
Whereas the purpose of National Disability Employment Awareness Month is to provide education about disability employment issue and celebrate the many and variety contribution of Americans workers with disability. And whereas October 2024 marks the 79th anniversary of National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and whereas it is history traced back to 1945 when it started as a week focus on people with physical disability, but later evolved it into a full month that acknowledged the importance of increasing the workforce inclusion of people with all nature of disability. And whereas supporting the talents and careers of Iowan citizens with disability and creating meaningful experience in the workplace is an essential ingredient to build an inclusive community and a strong economy. And whereas activities during this month will reinforce the value and talent that people with disability add to our workplace and communities and affirm Iowa City commitment to increase access to good jobs for all workers, including workers with disability. And whereas Iowa City's long-term success is depending on empowering all individuals with ability to work and express their talent in the workplace, fulfilling open jobs, and enhancing the quality of life throughout the community. And whereas Iowa City is committed to cultivate a positive welcome environment where individuals can pursue career opportunity across many different occupation that welcome their skill set and help them reach their goals. Now, therefore, I, Mazahir Saleh, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, hereby proclaim October 2024 as the National Disability Employment Awareness Month and call upon employers and community organizations in Iowa City to observe October with appreciation program and activities to ensure that workers with disability have access to good job every month, every year, and to pledge to continue pursuing the goals of opportunity, full participation, economic self-sufficiency, and independent living for people with disability. And here to accept is Dr. James Williams and Monica Brockway from Iowa Vocational Rehabilitation Services.
Thank you so much, City Council and Mayor. On behalf of Iowa Workforce Development's VR division and my colleague, Director Beth Townsend, I want to thank all of you for this proclamation and for recognizing that people with disabilities are not just valuable members of our community that can contribute, but they're also valuable workers and Iowans that bring something to the table every day in their lives. I have the amazing privilege of representing an agency that has 250 staff across 13 offices that serves individuals with disabilities every day and helps them obtain competitive integrated employment. It's a dream job. I tell people that all the time. I couldn't do anything else if I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine doing anything more valuable. So just want to thank you for that work. Obviously, I believe that every day and every month is Disability Employment Awareness Month, but certainly this month is when we recognize it and really want to push it forward. My colleague, Monica Brockway, is our supervisor for our Iowa City office, is now going to read a poem that she created to close us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Yes.
Mayor and Council. It's not the fact that we care that sets Iowa City apart. It's the action we take. Collaboration is an art. Disability inclusion and employment allows us all to agree that all have the right to explore what our dream job could be. Let's allow competitive integrated employment to take center stage. Let's acknowledge that accessible employment is more than its wage. In addition to the UNESCO status and great basketball, we're a community that prides itself on accessibility and inclusion for all. Innovative solutions, when there's a will, there's a way. Thank you, Iowa City, for the proclamation today.
Well, that's a beautiful poem. Great. Thank you both. And thanks to everybody that came for the proclamations. We're going to move on to our consent agenda, which is items 3 through 7. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Joe, moved by Mo, seconded by Saleh. All right. And anyone in this room want to talk on anything on our consent agenda? Seeing no one. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. We're moving on to our item number 8, which is community comment. This is an opportunity for the public to come and comment on things that are not on our agenda. And if you are here and you want to speak, please raise your hand. Great, we have two present. All right. Welcome.
Hey, folks. It's Indigenous Peoples Day. Palestinians are indigenous people, and they are being bombed into oblivion in Gaza with U.S. arms. And I do believe that in respect for our own Indigenous Peoples Day, that we should be on the phones, in the streets, on the typers. We should be protesting as good Iowa Cityans if we want to really celebrate Indigenous Peoples Days. I have a quote here from Kurt Vonnegut's book, Slaughterhouse-Five. Kurt Vonnegut used to live here, and he taught here. He went to school here. And he wrote this book while he was in Iowa City. And he said in his book, this is just taken out of the context of the book, I have told my sons that they are not under any circumstance to take part in massacres, and that the news of massacres of enemies is not to fill them with any satisfaction. I have also told them not to work for companies which manufacture the machines of massacre. And I have told them to express contempt for people who think we need the making of those weapons. Slaughterhouse-Five, Kurt Vonnegut. Martin Luther King, Christmas sermon, December 24th, 1967. Wisdom born of experience should tell us that war is obsolete. There may have been a time when war served as a negative good by preventing an evil force, but the very destructive power of modern weapons of warfare eliminates even the possibility that war may any longer serve any good. And so if we assume that life is worth living, if we assume that mankind has a right to survive, then we must find an alternative to war. Right now we're on the brink of nuclear confrontation with Russia. We have demonized Russia through propaganda for the past, it's probably been 10 years now. And right now people think that the good thing is to basically bomb. The other day, Zelensky, now a lapsed president, his term ran out, was in Scranton, Pennsylvania with Governor Shapiro signing bombs. It was an autograph session. That's perverse. What we need to do is stop the escalation. We need to call, we need to write, we need to be in the streets. We need to stand up now.
Please state your name and city you're from for the record, please.
Mayor, that's a good outfit, by the way.
Thank you.
Brandon Ross, and where I'm from. By the way, Mr. Harmson, you have a good radio voice.
Thank you.
Iowa City, Iowa, 1822 Rochester Avenue.
Thank you.
All right, take care,
Alrighty.
folks.
Welcome.
Good evening. Martha Norbeck, Iowa City, Iowa. I am here tonight to follow up on some conversations we had earlier this summer. I came before you several times regarding the TIF language. There's some updates to the TIF climate action section of that text of the TIF policy. And that was passed on September 3rd. I was heading off to vacation and managed to read the draft text, and I was like, oh, that looks good. And so I was able to enjoy my vacation knowing that the updates were solid. And what I really like about the change is it clearly states your intent and your goals and your ambitions, but also allows flexibility within that text and the way it was phrased. And thank you, Councilman Moe, for making that flexibility integral into those words. That was well done. And this leads me to my favorite LEED credit. So when they updated LEED to what's called LEED V4, which is the version that's currently in force, they added a new credit called the Integrative Process Credit. And this is the credit that if you want to earn it, you have to start at the very beginning of your project. At the very beginning, you set goals and you communicate your intent. What do we want to accomplish here? What are we excited about? Is daylight really important to us? Is energy efficiency important? Is it important to reduce the embodied carbon of the materials we're using to build the building? Do we care about accessibility to transit? These are our goals, and these are the things that we're going to use to guide our design process. That is the Integrated Process Credit. It is the most powerful tool I have in executing LEED on every single project, because stating those intents up front help communicate to the entire team and your staff and everyone involved in the project. And that's what you've done with this TIF policy. You've communicated your intent, but allowed flexibility. That is good language. So thank you for doing that. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know you wanted to get that RFP out, but I am very glad you slowed down so that you could take that opportunity to be really clear in communicating your climate action goals. And I am excited to see what comes out of that RFP process. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to planning and zoning matters. 9A is zoning code amendment, tobacco sales-oriented retail uses. This is an ordinance amending Title 14 and Title Zoning Code to address tobacco sales-oriented retail uses. I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to invite our city attorney to start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. Against my better judgment, I'm going to go to the podium and present a very short PowerPoint presentation.
Great. All right.
All right. Well, of course, normally you would have a representative of the planning department before you to offer such things, but because this was a council-driven initiative, it falls to me. Of course, council is well aware of the history of how we got here, but I thought I would summarize briefly for the benefit of the public, both online and physically present. This was a matter that council considered over the course of several work sessions and ultimately decided to pursue a zoning ordinance that would allow, or I should say would require, the separation of tobacco retail uses by at least 500 feet. Also to require separation by at least 500 feet between tobacco retailers and school property and university-owned property. And so that was the draft ordinance that I created, and with the heavy assistance of our planning department, I should note, and presented that to planning and zoning for their consideration. They considered that well, let me get ahead. They considered it at their, I want to say, September 3rd meeting. I hope I have that date correctly. But they ultimately recommended approval for council by a vote of 5-1. The concerns that were raised were twofold. One, the absence of a special exception availability. That is, it's a pretty strict ordinance. Either you meet the requirements or you do not. And that's kind of the end of the discussion. And two, there was a question about whether nicotine replacement therapy, such as nicotine patches, nicotine gum, nicotine lozenges, would be affected by this ordinance. Ultimately, I concluded they would not, and because I was able to confirm with the state that those products do not require a tobacco permit, and thus this ordinance would not apply to them. An example of that is already present in Iowa City. The downtown Target store sells those products but does not have a tobacco permit. So the next slide before you, well, shoot, let me see if I can go back one. So here is kind of an overview, kind of a wide shot of the city of Iowa City. You will see on it the various buffers that are present, both in blue for the presence of current tobacco retailers, and in yellow and orange for the presence of schools and university-owned property. So you get some sense as to areas that would be forbidden under this ordinance to locate in the future and areas that would be available. On the next slide, I'm zeroing in a little bit in the downtown area, so you have some sense as to the density there. As you can see, there is very little area of downtown that would be available for subsequent retailers. Likewise, this is the Highway 1 and Highway 6 corridor. As you can see as well, there are some areas where they could be located in the future, but not as many because of present retail uses. As I mentioned, Planning and Zoning at their meeting did recommend approval by 5-1. I should also note that we made one technical change, that is change number 8 in the ordinance, to make sure that the grandfather rights that were discussed elsewhere in the ordinance did not fall under the default provisions of the zoning code that would call for grandfather rights to elapse after 1 year. And so that, I just want to point out that that was a change that was made after Planning and Zoning's consideration of this. I believe that's all. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, I see that I got the date wrong. It was September 4th, not September 3rd.
Will you talk about the lapse after 1 year? Because the council talked about a 60-day.
You're right. So the draft ordinance before you tonight has grandfather rights that have two components. One is that if the tobacco permit lapses for a period of 60 days or more, then the grandfather rights would be extinguished. The other is whether or if the tobacco sales-oriented use ceases, for example, for remodeling work or a change in ownership, something like that. That's 90 days. I should note there are a couple of other reasons for which grandfather rights would be extinguished. The first is if the tobacco permit is revoked. The last is if there has been a change of use. That is, a current tobacco retailer, becomes a clothing store. Well, as soon as that happens, that grandfather right would be extinguished.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Are there any other questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public would like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand and I'll call upon you. If you're in the audience, please raise your hand so I'll know. Please, welcome.
Hello. Do I need to sign in?
Yes,
on this one?
please.
Okay. I am Susan Villata, and I work for Johnson County Public Health.
And what city do you live in?
I actually live in Swisher.
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. I want to commend local business owners and the council for recognizing the abundance of tobacco retailers in Iowa City, as was pointed out on the map, and issuing a moratorium on new licenses to sort of collect, what can we do about this issue, with always keeping public health as a main concern. The amount of retailers and accompanying and advertising makes tobacco and nicotine use seem really normal and socially acceptable. So this ordinance limiting retailer density and proximity to youth and young adult-oriented places is definitely aligned with public health guidance to reduce density, because when more tobacco retailers in a given area, residents' health suffers. Youth are more likely to start using tobacco and nicotine products. Those that are trying to quit have a harder time quitting. And this also helps ensure retailers who aren't clustered in neighborhoods with a high percentage of lower income residents or residents of color, something the tobacco industry has sort of been known for doing. I do want to add that increasing the distance from 500 to 750 or 1,000 feet and beyond, and instituting a set number or a cap of tobacco retailers could produce even greater results. In 2016, there were 55 tobacco retailers in Iowa City. Currently, there are 62. With the unfortunate popularity of all these newer vaping products and brands and flavors and the pouches, and this number could grow without some sort of a cap. But thanks again for helping reduce the influence of tobacco and nicotine in our community.
Great. thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public, before I close the public hearing. Now, I can't see you, Councilor Alter, but are folks inclined to agree with P&Z? And Councilor Alter, I'm going to need your verbal.
I unmuted, and yes, I agree with P&Z.
Great. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration?
Move, Saleh.
Second, Mo.
All right. Council discussion.
What are our requirements with a zoning issue with a less than full council?
A good question. So because it's an ordinance, and this is the same is true of resolutions, a majority of all council members are required. So 4. If it is a motion, which is not this, but later tonight, if you encounter a motion, only a majority of those present would be required. 3.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, from my point of view, this is what we asked for and what we've been talking about for the better part of the year. And I know that the public health experts want more, but I think we've struck a reasonable balance here. We're all aware that there's clustering, and they're clustering near youth. And so this is at least one tool we have to help that. So I will vote for this.
Yeah, I agree too, because this is initiated by us, I think, and we talked about it a lot. So I'm going to vote yes for it.
Yeah, everything that's just been said, I echo that, and it's a public health concern, and I think it's reasonable to keep the clustering from becoming even more concentrated and to keep away from schools, so.
I agree.
All right. So I think it is absolutely a public health, as we heard from Susan, concern in our community. Vaping is something that we're seeing everywhere. People do it inside buildings when they're not supposed to. It is a huge concern. I still have the one concern about the ceasing of sales if a business is closed or not selling tobacco for 90 days. We see right now there's a grocery, it used to be Come and Go, right there by Mormon Track and Benton. And I have concerns because if a business goes to renovate their, property, we hear from our engineers today, things are delayed. 90 days is not enough time. If there is a way for us to do some type of a optional waiver, I would not really like a waiver. I would suggest that we do what we do with downtown for alcohol, which is 1 year, is what we do for alcohol. If a person has not, started selling alcohol or taken over that business within 1 year, then it's ceased. I don't think that is the right thing for council to do when someone may be renovating their space, trying to figure out financial concerns. We have some individuals that are minorities that own some of these properties, and sometimes getting loans, as we know, for minorities are a challenge. That is the only thing that I'm requesting, is that the council would consider not 90 days, but 1 year if the sales cease.
And how did we come up with the 90 days? I really don't remember that. Like, we are the one who decide on the 90 days?
Yes.
I think
it's reasonable.
Is that substantial? Is that change substantial enough that we would need to send this back to planning and zoning?
That's close. While I'm thinking about that for a moment, the question was asked how we came to 90 days. I originally drafted it at 60 days, which was arbitrary on my part. And then council discussed it about what they wanted to do and settled on 90. And so I made that change before presenting it to planning and zoning. I think that is probably a small enough change that I would consider that non-substantial.
Can we just like change the vote with the amendment of the 1 year and vote for it today?
If a council member were to offer a motion and it be accompanied by a second to amend the section that we're discussing, which is from Section 7 of the ordinance amendment, amending Title 14, Chapter 4, Article E, Section 5, subsection H, for the portion that speaks to the tobacco sales-oriented use ceasing for a period of 90 days, then that is something that council could amend tonight, if it so chose.
I think this, now I just know about this. I think this makes sense to change it and make it the same thing like the alcoholic, like 1 year. That's what will be my amendment.
I just have a point of, I guess, a point for discussion. If someone is a small business owner and this is a significant portion of how they're garnering their sales, would this not be a top priority? I guess that's one of the sticking points for me is certainly I do not want to penalize or punish small business owners, but the flip side is, I mean, this is a foundational part of their business is making sure that they have their permits. So I guess I'm just wondering to give them so much time.
I think you make a good point as far as like, wouldn't this be a priority for people? I can tell you countless times I have spoke to people in our community, and I know Mayor Pro Tem, and I just had a conversation with a lady that owns a restaurant. She opened it, and all the regulations that went with it, it took her forever to figure it out. And so when we're talking about whatever the reason they close for, there are so many reasons that a business might cease sales. 90 days for so many reasons may not be the right length of time for that, business. We see from downtown where we have the 500-foot rule for alcohol, and that has worked. People, get in gear to get it reopened within that 1 year's time, or else they'll lose, that opportunity. And so I just know I can tell my own personal stories, but 90 days is not enough time for some individuals that really do, want to operate. And it may not even be, total sale of, tobacco. Is other things that they may be selling in their establishment. And for whatever reasons, they may not be able to move as quickly as, as we would like them to. So I'm just asking that we consider it to be the same as the alcohol use that is already in place in the downtown district.
I would like to put a motion to amend this, the same description that our city attorney described it, all the reading that you read, to make it 1 year.
Okay.
Motion by Sala,
Second, we need second.
I guess I'll second. That's not typical. Seconded by Teague.
I have a question for the city attorney. When it says I'm just trying to, there's just a lot here and I can't remember specifically. Does this, we're looking at 7(1)H1C, does that include a change of ownership? Does basically the grandfather right attach to the property or to the owner of the?
To the property, yeah.
So if somebody was wanted to put it up for sale and it was 11 months later, they could still sell it and the new owner of that property could still maintain the?
Under the proposed amendment, that would be true, yes. Otherwise, it would be 90 days. Although I would note, it has been typically my experience that businesses that are for sale remain in business and continuing to sell.
Yes.
For example, there's the, I forget the current business name, but it's under contract to be a Casey's on the northeast side of town. that business remains open and continuing to sell tobacco, and I presume will seamlessly continue to do so upon the closure of that sale.
Hypothetical, I sell, I'm a clothing store, I buy a former tobacco shop, I set up clothing, 11 months later, I decide I want to start selling cigarettes along with my dresses and jeans and shirts. Is that allowable?
Well, if you...
Do you see what I'm going?
I think so, but if you were not a tobacco retail licensee or permittee to begin with, then there would be no grandfather rights to
okay.
protect.
That answers my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, if you have it already, yes, you want to wait 1 year until you operate for some reason.
Right, if I can change your hypothetical just a little bit, if it is currently a tobacco permittee and then they change to sell T-shirts, to use your example, that would be a change of use under 7H1D, and then the grandfather rights would be immediately eliminated.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
I guess the goal of this is to not take away license from people, but through attrition, hopefully reduce the clustering and reduce the quantity near schools. I don't think we should be making it easier to maintain clustering and easier to be close to schools. And it's also hard for me to imagine the analogy or the similar situation you used was a kitchen or a restaurant. That's very complicated. Public health has to come. They have to inspect your kitchen. Kitchen equipment's expensive with long lead times is very expensive. Tobacco retailing is just a space. Like, I mean, it's not as complicated as a kitchen. It's hard for me to imagine it taking more than 90 days to change the carpet and ceiling tiles. I don't see this as it's written being problematic.
But if it's not problematic, and also it will be good just in case if somebody needed it, why not we go ahead and do it?
Because it would, I think, reduce the goals that we are trying to achieve. Our goal is to sort of say we have a problem right now. We identified this problem of we have clustering, which encourages smoking and youth tobacco use. We have them close to schools. They're targeting children. We wanted to move them away. That's our stated goal, is to like have less clustering and further away from schools, but still allow it because it's legal, and that's fine. We're not saying no, but 90 days is, we could say 0 days, but 90 days is the grace period. So I'm inclined to say that this is right as it's written.
You mean we're really doing this, so we're waiting for that business to fail on renewing in 30 days, so we can, in 90 days, so they are no longer in business, and this way we reduce the amount of business that we have.
Well, I think if a business goes out of business,
Go out of business.
and then we would hope that eventually it would become something other than tobacco retail, right? Like that would be our goal, is that if a business, a retailer were to go out of business, that something not tobacco store would move into that space, especially close to schools and close to other retailers. I think that extending it to a year reduces the potency of that.
I think in that example, you're exactly right. We're trying to reduce somehow, but the example that I'm giving is if there is an existing owner, because I've talked to lots of owners, different businesses, myself included, where you think you're going to do something in 90 days and it doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the issue that I have with this. I don't believe that 90 days is an appropriate amount of time for an existing owner. Yes, if they know it, then maybe they'll figure it out. But if someone is renovating their space, come and go on, for instance, they have a small building, now they want to renovate it. It will not take, it could take more than 90 days. And I don't think that that's the right thing for us to, with an existing, because things need updated.
Right.
Right? The county just got renovated, and not,
Yeah.
I mean, these are different, sizes, but even still, even if it's a small parcel, 90 days may not be the right amount of time. But That's all I'm, suggesting is if you want to do more stipulations where it's only current owner for one year, that's what I'm trying to just, push out there, that 1 year for a current owner. Any other options, yes, it would be, probably not an issue. But,
We have a motion on the floor anyway. and
yeah,
second.
so there's a motion and a second. Any other discussions?
Just one thing I would add, I'm agnostic on the
Sure.
motion, but remember that council, has imposed previously the 1 year for alcohol. That's been in effect for years and years. And there was a good reason to make an exception downtown in the Tailwinds project that was located there. And so there was amendment that was made to accommodate that. The same thing could be true. Now, of course, that would be
And
up
how
to a
many-
future council.
And
to
how many
decide.
people were pissed off about that?
I can't
And
recall.
continue to come to us about that.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
So before we go to vote, is this appropriate for me to, we're not done with discussion, correct?
No,
Discussing
not.
the amendment.
Okay, I guess I was gonna say, I asked the question about wouldn't this, therefore knowing the time limit, would that not become a priority? I recognize that I asked that. However, I do understand, I am all in favor of making things as not just transparent, but kind of clear as possible in terms of logic. And while my heart still says, I think that if your business depends on having a tobacco license and you have been in business as someone who can sell tobacco, you would make it a priority. So in my heart, I say 3 months is fine, but I am willing to say, based on the fact that there is a 1 year provision for liquor licenses, I can certainly see that. If there were not that, I would not be in favor of this at all, because I still feel that that the people, if their livelihood depends on them being able to sell tobacco, then that becomes top of the list as the same thing as renovating their HVAC. But I just want to say, I understand the logic of having it be clear across the board as far as what the grace periods are. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
We are voting.
Just so we're clear.
This is
Yeah,
voted
please.
on the amendment of number 7 from 90 days to 1 year.
Correct.
Item number C.
Right. Salah,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Harmson,
No.
Mo.
No.
Motion fails.
Actually,
passes.
because it's a
passed.
motion, it passes
It passes
with
with
3.
three.
Yes.
With the current council, the majority of the current council.
Right, because that's a motion to amend,
Okay.
and motions require a majority of
Got it.
council members present, so that passes.
Got it.
Now, having amended it to 1 year, you are returning to the original motion to pass the ordinance. That requires 4 votes to pass.
Got it. Understood. All right. So I stand corrected. Motion passes 3-2. So we're back to the original motion with the amendment and council discussion.
Let's vote.
Yeah, we finish.
I don't have anything more, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. We are, can I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Mo, seconded by Salah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, we're going to go to regular formal agenda items. We're at 10A, 2024 Iowa City Parks Improvement Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of the cost for the construction of the 2024 Iowa City Parks Improvement Project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome.
Hi, Julie Seidel Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation, here tonight to talk to you about 4 locations for this project, 4 more steps towards the completion of our 2017 Park Master Plan. We're getting towards the end. This is pretty exciting. These 4 projects had their public input meetings back on May 7th or 8th. They were held at the Robert A. Lee Rec Center. We had a good showing we did not do one for Calder Park, that's the trail project, but the other 3 parks had a nice turnout. We had opportunities for kids and families and adults to come in and give their input into playground choices and priorities for their park projects. We also did an online survey for 10 days after that, and I don't have the statistics with me tonight, but we had a very nice showing from all 3 locations, a nice cross-section of the community around each one. So the plans that we're showing to you tonight are based largely on that public input. The first location is the new park area, and that's on Shannon Drive in the very far west side of the community. Butts up next to City High, or I'm sorry, West High. Getting my directions right here. West High. This is a new parkland that was recently came to us through Neighborhood Open Space Park dedication. The land had been developing for some time, but it took quite a while for us to actually get the dedication. It is one of the areas called out in the Park Master Plan is needing more active use recreation space, so this does this quite nicely. And then later on tonight, there's another agenda item for you to actually name this park, other than just the new park in Shannon Drive. The park will have a very small circular trail along with a playground and a small shelter, so no restrooms. We did at one point show a fire ring in this area. The neighborhood did not want that, so it's taken out. We did have some neighbors to the north that were a little concerned about the park development, so we were actually able earlier this summer to go in and plant a nice row of trees between the parkland and their properties to get prepared for the new active uses in this area. And this is the playground, small playground and swing that will be at this location. Okay. The next park on the west side is Brooklyn Park. This park was ready to celebrate its 100th anniversary this summer. We're going to hold off until and do the actual celebration once the new park equipment is in place. Had older playground equipment, some of the older playground equipment that we had in the city. So what we're recommending, and it also had some very, we felt serious accessibility concerns for having paved paths to get to the playground equipment. So the layout of the park does not really change. We're getting a new playground equipment in basically the same location, but we're adding an accessible path to the area. The rest of the park has kind of a natural trail around it. That will stay the same. Has a nice connection through the south end. That will stay. And this is the playground equipment that's been chosen for Brooklyn Park. This is being paid for through neighborhood open space funds from some of the larger developments that have happened surrounding it. So we had enough in that district to pay for these park renovations. The next one is College Green Park. This is not a full renovation of the park. This is simply a renovation of the playground and the basketball court area, one of the most heavily used basketball courts that we know of in all of our park system. So what this will do is it does change the shape somewhat of the playground, kind of keeping it within that same quadrant of the park, but it rebuilds the basketball court, resurfaces, rebuilds it. You can see we've added a little circle up in the top left corner of the basketball. Anybody want to guess?
Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark's place of shooting will be up there, her sweet spot. And this will be the playground equipment that goes in at College Green Park. And the last site is at Calder Park. This used to be Hickory Trail Park. It was renamed a few years ago, just east of Hickory Hill Park, along Hickory Trail. Great little park, but as you can see, the distance of the playground and the shelter and the fire ring are quite a ways from Hickory Trail, and it's never had an accessible path to it. It's been a park for longer than I've been here, but that's a hillside coming down from Hickory Trail, so it was very expensive and kind of a little engineering to figure out how to get this to have an accessible path. With the addition of the Monument Hills subdivision, there was an opportunity for them to build the trail to the east and cross the creek that's at the east side of this park. So this trail will then connect the Monument Hills subdivision all the way up into the rest of our trail system in Hickory Hills. So you can see it has a switchback, brings the trail down. We have actually changed it since this particular drawing. The drawing on the top left shows it going through the middle of the playground. We had some concerns from the neighbors when they saw that, and so it's been shifted a little bit to the right in the final plan, so it doesn't go right through the middle of the playground. Schedule a public hearing tonight. With your approval, we'll go out to bid. Construction will happen most likely in the early spring. The playground equipment has already all been purchased. 2 of the pieces are already in our yard at the Parks Maintenance Shop. So it'll be ready to go in the spring when we hit construction again. Any questions?
Any questions? None at all. Thank you. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you are online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo?
Second, Alter.
All right, council discussion. Very nice additions. Beautiful.
I appreciate.
Yes.
I very much appreciate the focus on making all these parks accessible. I know sometimes people complain, they're like, why are we updating this park? And when we explain it's to improve accessibility, people say, oh, well, that makes sense. That's the right thing to do. So appreciate the focus on that. And we're almost done.
We just started
All right. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sella,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes at 5-0. We're at item number 10B, Normandy Drive Storm Sewer Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Normandy Drive Storm Sewer Project. Establish an amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Scott Silvers, Assistant City Engineer. So this project is located along Normandy Drive, just on the west side of Normandy Drive, approximately 500 feet north of the Ashton House. The improvements generally include replacement of a 54-inch by 36-inch corrugated metal storm sewer pipe that's in poor condition, and we'll be replacing it with two 36-inch reinforced concrete pipes. We also be installing a gate structure that allows us to close off the storm sewer when the river is up, so we can prevent flooding of Normandy Drive during high river flows. Replacement of pavement that's in poor condition, and then as well as replacement of sidewalks that are need to be removed and replaced to be able to install the new storm sewer. And then there are a number of smaller trees that were planted as a part of another project, and so we are going to relocate those to protect them. The estimated construction cost for the project is $395,000. As far as schedule goes, we're having the public hearing tonight. The bid opening is planned for October 23rd. Award at your November 4th meeting. And then completion is scheduled for May 31st of next year, with construction starting early spring. That's what I have for my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Real quick, I was just talking with a friend of mine the other day about my being happy to living in a place where we can actually say out loud we plan for things like climate change and big weather events, and I noticed this is a doubling of the capacity.
Yep.
Is that part of is melded in with our ongoing efforts to make our community more resilient?
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely, especially since we're adding that gate structure that allows us to shut off the storm sewer should the water raise enough where we start getting surcharging of the storm sewer.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a pipe that takes water from the street and discharges it into the river?
Correct.
Is there a way to not discharge it into the river, to use stormwater management that would allow it to go move to the soils on site? Is that possible in this low-lying area?
It's probably possible. I mean, I think you'd have to create maybe a detention area of some sorts.
And the city owns that property, right?
Right.
It's not very,
I think there's, as far as the buyouts go, I think there's limited things that we can do with those properties, if I'm right.
Can we go back a slide?
Sure.
Yeah, it's not very big.
Just getting water to the river quickly used to be the right way to do
Right,
everything, and now
right.
there's a second way of thinking about it, is how do we slow it down and clean it up before it gets to the river? And I know that that's existing, but we're increasing the capacity to do that, as I understand.
We are increasing the capacity to be able to handle the existing drainage that's there. So drainage is going to be getting there, it's just how quickly it will get there.
And less flooding of the street, waiting for it to drain.
Correct, absolutely. So the same amount of flow, it's just how quickly is it going to get to the river?
Right. I guess, yeah, I guess it would be, I know that we're at the very end of this process, but it would be nice to know that we're moving in a different direction on stormwater management.
Any other comments or questions, actually? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're in here, just come on up. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So move, Saleh.
Second, Alter.
All right, council discussion.
Kind of started my comment during that conversation. I guess I'm concerned that we're, I guess that we're just replacing in kind. Maybe that's not that big of a deal. What if it's an opportunity to make things better and bring a public works project into alignment with our climate action plan and/or our strategic plan? We should be doing that, and I don't know if this does that. I mean, our strategic plan specifically talks about the Iowa River, improving it. So I guess I'm not particularly supportive of this, but I also understand that it's a replacement in kind.
What I would say is I think it's a great opportunity for staff to hear that. And, just think about this in future projects.
I agree too, because this is really good to start thinking that way. Will, I guess, boost our goal for climate action and everything. But just because this is toward the end of the project, so we can maybe, don't do it this time, but this is a good opportunity for any future project to be added before we, because I know it needs to be budgeted too, so I need more money, right, Jeff? Yeah. So, and this is already done, but I agree with you totally for that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I was just going to add on to that to say that, yes, I think that one of the things we need to be front-facing in the way that you just suggested for future. And we need to think about what are the costs, quite literally. I mean, there's costs to our future generations, but also dollar amounts, and how do we account for that? So I heartily agree with both you and Councilor Moe that these are things that we need to surface, and then we actually need to have those dollar discussions too.
And I'm glad you're bringing that to my attention.
I'll just add a couple of quick thoughts as you guys discuss this. I think the city's purchased over 100 homes in this neighborhood. So if you just rewind from pre-2008 flood to today, the amount of impervious surfacing in this neighborhood has drastically decreased, right? We've removed rooftops, we've removed driveways, sidewalks to front doors, and those sorts of things, which all contributed to runoff, which all contributed to flooding, water quality issues, et cetera. So we've invested, along with our state and federal partners, tens of millions of dollars to create more resiliency in this neighborhood, more green space in this neighborhood. We chose at that time to do voluntary buyouts. Ultimately, this area, this is still a neighborhood. We still have to anticipate those flooding situations. So getting those floodwaters out of the street are still important when that river comes up. But ultimately, our goal for this neighborhood is to have it all be parkland, which means the roads come up and there's no road flooding issues to worry about. That's the long-term strategy we're working towards. Your point's well taken. I'm not dismissing it. I just don't want us to lose the bigger picture that the city's already established a goal of creating a 100% green space. It's going to take decades to achieve because of the path that we chose at that time. And I think there's going to be interim challenges like this to keep that neighborhood safe as well and getting floodwaters off the street.
All right. Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
No.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1. We are moving on to item 10C, Riverside Drive Pedestrian Bridge at Iowa Avenue Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Riverside Drive Pedestrian Bridge at Iowa Avenue Rehabilitation Project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Aline Dumaki, Senior Engineer in the Public Works Department. This evening, I will show you a brief presentation regarding Riverside Drive Pedestrian Bridge at Iowa Avenue Rehabilitation Project. It's a really long title. Most of you are already very familiar with the project location. This bridge is situated on Riverside Drive, just south of Iowa Avenue intersection. Built in the early 1960s and similar to the Burlington Street pedestrian bridge. This pedestrian bridge has facilitated safe and efficient foot traffic for thousands of residents, students, faculty, and staff between downtown Iowa City and the University of Iowa Medical Campus. 2019 bridge inspection report revealed the need for significant rehabilitation to ensure its continued safety and functionality. As you will be able to see in the following slides, this bridge exhibits significant cracking, spalling, exposed reinforcement, and general degradation of the structure. Furthermore, the outdated railings combined with inadequate lighting and worn surfaces contribute to a visually impaired and unappealing appearance. In the next couple of slides, I will also show you the current conditions and the extent of the deterioration. You can see here clearly the concrete is spalling and the reinforcement is exposed and corroded. Similarly, in this photo, you can see the extent of the deterioration around the spiral ramp and under the bridge deck. This project generally includes the structural concrete rehabilitation of the existing bridge, spiral ramp, and stairs, structural concrete coating, expansion joint repair, aesthetic improvements such as new handrail, new electrical lighting, and bridge deck coating, as well as ADA improvements to the sidewalk connecting the Iowa River Trail to the Riverside Drive sidewalk. Worth mentioning is that the new handrail will be in the same style as the one on the Burlington Street Bridge, First Avenue underpass, and other locations throughout the city. This project will have minimal community impact, despite the fact that the bridge will be closed for the entire duration of the project. Pedestrian detours will be posted for the public. The contractor is allowed to work 7 days a week, daytime and/or nighttime. And any lane closures on Riverside Drive will be limited to between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. In this slide, is basically a typical lane closure. On the left, you can see the hashed out area showing the inside lane closure, and on the right side, the outside lane closure, which is very typical for this type of work under bridges. As for the construction timeline and cost, the anticipated construction start date is May 19th after the commencement ceremonies are completed, and the construction completion expected to be August 15th, a week before students come back to class. The estimated cost of construction is $1.3 million, and this cost is shared 3 ways due to the joint ownership of the bridge between Iowa DOT, University of Iowa, and City of Iowa City. The portion that the City of Iowa City will be responsible for is 25%, and that translates to roughly $325,000. The bid letting is expected to take place October 24th of this year, and with award hopefully November 4th. And with that, I'm more than happy to take any questions you might have.
Were these corkscrew bridges, were they designed by Ned Ashton? Are they historic in their nature?
They are historic, yes. This one, I believe, was built before Burlington Street Bridge. Even though it's similar, it's a slightly different structure. This one is cast in place slab, while the Burlington Street Bridge is composite steel beam with a concrete deck on top. But as you could probably see from the first slide, the design plans were actually from 1960, and this bridge was built shortly after. So I would assume probably 1963 or 64. And Burlington Bridge was after that.
And then what will it look like when it's done with these repairs? You know, I'm curious, in new concrete, old concrete, it looks like it maybe had been painted once. Like, what's it gonna, it's kind of a very visible part of Iowa City. I'm curious, like, what's it gonna look like?
I'm glad you asked. So currently there are no lights on the bridge at all. And with this project, we will attempt to restore some of its original appearance. For example, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but we will have pole lighting on the bridge just as before. Right now we don't have any, and we'll also have under bridge lighting, and I can show you some typical lights that we'll be using. The top image is the flood lighting to be used in the spiral section of the bridge, and the bottom image is the pole luminaire that will go on the bridge deck itself.
Where are you
Scott
looking for
Silvers.
some razzle dazzle?
Scott Silvers, Assistant City Engineer. Just also wanted to add that there is a coating that they're going to be applying on the bridge deck. So any areas that we're going to patch will all match in the end because we'll have that coating.
That's what I was worried it was gonna have a Frankenstein look at the end.
No.
So,
As for the guardrail or handrail, it will look something similar to this one. The top one is from First Avenue underpass, and the bottom image is actually from the Burlington Street pedestrian bridge.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
Move, Salah. Second.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Salah. Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Scylla?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 10D, approval of the fiscal year 2024 Pro Housing Grant application. Resolution approving Iowa City's fiscal 24 pathways to removing obstacles to housing. The Pro Housing Grant application to help address barriers leading to the acute scarcity of affordable housing in Iowa City. I'm going to open with staff present, so welcome.
Hello, Sam Turbo, the grant specialist. As you know, we recently received the FY23 Pro Housing Grant funds in the amount of $3.75 million. HUD introduced a second round of those funds shortly after we received that allocation. So this is an application for the FY24 Pro Housing funds in the amount of $2 million in grant funds and then $1 million in Iowa City funds as leverage with the application. The projects contemplated in this grant application build on the ones that we plan to fund with the FY23 Pro Housing funds, and include a comprehensive update to the zoning and subdivision codes, funds for building capacity of affordable housing nonprofits, a land banking project for future affordable housing development, and then project administration funds. We released this draft application on September 16th. It needed a 15-day public comment period. To date, we haven't received any comments. And then after the public hearing today, we would submit the application to HUD. It's due by October 15th. And I can take any questions.
If I may, I didn't want to hop on anybody else's words. So I have a question about, it sounds like the main focus is going to be on continued work for those who are unhoused, and then additionally for land banking. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say for folks who are unhoused necessarily. The focus is to increase our production of affordable housing by changing the zoning and subdivision codes, and then also through building the capacity of nonprofits to build more affordable housing.
Okay, wonderful, actually. And so with that, I heard nonprofits, plural, given that we have a lot of different entities who are working with creating affordable housing and rapid rehousing. So we really are trying to cover the gamut through this ask for funding.
Yeah, our budget has $450,000 in capacity building for affordable housing nonprofits, and we didn't go into a lot of specifics because that would be determined if we received the grant, but we said that we'd issue an RFP that nonprofits would be able to apply for.
Okay, thank you.
Can you go right ahead?
You first.
Well, I know we were waiting to have a discussion with HUD. Can you just talk a little bit about that discussion, because we weren't clear what requirements we would have to maintain within our original application versus where we are today?
Sure. I can give you a little update on where we are with round one, which is still in process. We've had our initial meeting with HUD where we talked to them about what we would contemplate doing with the revised amount we were given. And then we are still awaiting access to the DRGR system, in which we need to put our action plan for HUD approval. So we're a little bit still in process on the first round plan.
Okay.
And how much flexibility do you have to amend part of your original proposal?
The original proposal, we would have to do a substantial amendment in order to amend our original proposal, and HUD let us know that if we were to change anything that would have changed the score of the application, that would not be allowable.
Does this grant support any, I guess, community education or outreach about the proposed zoning changes? Because I think that that's always the catch, is like planners can tell us, like, these are the things you ought to do to make zoning that allows more housing variety and option, but then when, if it's not, the public is not properly prepared for it, we get a lot of knee-jerk reaction sometimes. Is that part of this? Is
Yeah, that
baked
was
in?
a significant portion of, I would say, and Kirk wrote the round one application, but there was a significant focus on community outreach around the zoning changes as they were made in round one, and we haven't gotten around to doing that part yet because we are still in the process of
Okay.
getting our action plan
Yes.
approved.
The sooner we can get to yes in my backyard instead of not in my backyard, the better.
And also my question is this also going to be appropriate time to bring, because I know if we want more affordable housing to be built, we should make it easier for some developer to do so. So we have a very restricted parking minimum, and now there is a trend in many cities, especially like cities like our size, they have that, they change their parking minimum requirement. Do you think this is appropriate time for us to talk about that?
That's part of our round one application that was approved, and that's a line item that we intend to maintain in our action plan as a parking study to propose changes just for that purpose.
That's good. Thank you.
There are no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open the public comment period. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. See no one in person or online. I'm going to close the public comment period. And can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Moved by Mo, seconded by Sala. Council discussion. I'm happy we're applying.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you.
And that
This
we
is-
were invited to. It's
Yes.
encouraged.
Everybody was, right? But
Yes, but we were successful, so
Yes.
hopefully success begets success.
Yes. I do specifically like the opportunity for us to extend, should this be granted, to some of our housing champions out there that have been doing some great work in our community. So thanks for including them. And we heard a little bit of that when we received our pro-housing, our first grant, where there was some entities out there that would love to be a part of removing some of these obstacles for folks. So fingers crossed, toes crossed, we're going to get this.
And also, I think I forget to ask this question, but we being seeing like when this start happening, like some people reach out to us and some immigrant reach out to us and say, hey, how can we benefit out of that? So do you think like you said, there's a portion of the grant, maybe you're going to open it for grant for organizations. Is that going to be something people can consider, or this is no?
So Tracy Heishu, Director of Neighborhood Development Services, part of the grant was technical capacity to our nonprofits. Developing affordable housing is not easy to do. If you want to be an organization that gets to a point that they have the capacity to apply for federal funds, state funds, manage housing, you need the technical capacity to do so. So we have that $450,000, right? $450,000 in that budget, and then we take out for RFP for nonprofits who focus or who have a part of their mission is affordable housing to apply, and we get the technical capacity for them or the consultant to help them build up their capacity to do it. Then we have 1.7 million, 1.75? In land banking, so that way we'd have those funds, we can buy land, kind of like We had former opportunity funds bought the lot that DVIP later got the home art funds for. So we would have this so that nonprofits might have access to land. So as they're developing that capacity and opportunities come along, whether it's local, state, or federal funds, they'd be able to obtain the land, because it's really hard to parcel land together for affordable housing. And so we're hoping with this land banking fund that's there either for a city project or for one of the nonprofits to apply and.
Yeah, and when you're talking about like building capacity, I know there is some like organization who already like have that capacity, and nobody like don't need like more building capacity to apply for federal grant. But there is some organization already there, they have that capacity. They've been proven themselves. But in the other hand, there is also another number of other organization. At least it's like the people who reach out to us, they are not, for example, applied to this kind of things before. Do you think this is opportunity for them to apply for that grant to build capacity instead of to be ready to apply for federal grant to do affordable housing?
It'd be to develop capacity for those organizations who focus or want to focus on affordable housing.
Okay.
And we'll have to develop
if they
RFP.
want to focus from now on, not like they have done it before, or they don't have to have
They would just have some experience in affordable housing or
experience of
some.
affordable housing.
Most nonprofits will say in their mission about what their mission is, and usually a housing component will be in that mission.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
And then the other last part is that to really build, we're doing the Pro Housing Grant 1 pays for the parking study. It pays for the comprehensive land use plan. The Part 2 would pay for the zoning code, which is your mechanism to get you to that land use plan. So hopefully we get that portion as well. And we did score highly in the first round, and that's what Sam was talking about when they said that we scored so highly, so if we can change anything in the component and we wouldn't have got that score, then they would say no.
That's true. Yeah, they like it like that. That's why they score very high. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. We're on item 10E, Kratom ban. This is an ordinance amending Title VI entitled Public Health and Safety to create a new Chapter 11 entitled Kratom to prohibit its sale and distribution. This is the first consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Salah. And we're going to ask our city attorney to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unlike the last item for which I presented, there are no maps for this one, and so I didn't see the need for a PowerPoint presentation and slides. Again, more for the benefit of the public than for council. As council is aware, this was a council-driven initiative, and so I drafted this ordinance consistent with the work sessions that we have had together with council. In the past, this one has received no changes. That is, no changes have been made to this draft ordinance since it was first put forth for your consideration.
Great. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Well, first, are there questions for Eric before I go there? All right. Hearing no questions, anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online.
I am so sorry, Mayor. I couldn't get off mute.
Oh,
I just
sure.
want to confirm from the city attorney, if I may. Currently, there are no regulations or what have you about who and what age can buy Kratom. Is that correct? It's not regulated. It's not 18 and over. It's anyone can. They can walk into a smoke shop even if you're 12 years old and buy this. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, that there is neither local ordinances that would affect that nor state regulations at present.
And you know nothing of any state upcoming? Any discussions? Is this on anyone's radar? I know that Councilor Mo has also been diving into this, but I'm just putting this public.
Right. I have heard from Councilor Mo that there has been some consideration at the state legislative level. I have no independent information beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, if no other questions for the attorney, we're going to go to the public. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. And if you're present, if you can raise your hand. Seeing no one in the room, we're going to go to Mac, followed by Kevin. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Mac Haddo. I'm the Senior Fellow in Public Policy with the American Kratom Association. We represent consumers, the almost 20 million American consumers that consume kratom regularly. We support regulations. We do not support bans because that would prevent people from having access to kratom that is responsibly and safely manufactured and properly labeled. The kinds of regulations that we promote have now been passed in 13 states. It is clear that the FDA does not like kratom. They don't like any dietary supplement for that matter, and that's been evidenced in the legislative history of the FDA's tension with the dietary and botanical supplement industry. But we know that even the FDA's own studies that were recently completed and announced in February of this year that kratom is well tolerated at all dose levels. So the challenge for local governments and state governments is to do what the 13 states have already done, and Iowa will be on our target list for 2025 to make sure that kratom is manufactured properly, that it's labeled properly, that it is not super enhanced, that it's not adulterated, and that it is age limited. And labeling is critically important. At the local level, we support efforts that would restrict the access of minors, obviously, to kratom products. That could include putting them behind the counter. We also obviously support the strict age limitation verification to make sure that the individuals who purchase kratom products are in fact 18 and over or 21 and over, depending on the jurisdiction's choice about the age limitation. But most important is that there are people who's finding that kratom helps them with acute and chronic pain issues. We have veterans who swear that it saved their lives, and we have documented evidence and good research that's been done that documents that kratom can be a lifeline for people that are struggling with opioid addictions, and that's the critical part and support that we receive from the National Institutes on Drug Abuse. The FDA is the outlier, and I can tell you that the evidence and the science is clear that kratom can help people as long as it's properly regulated. We hope that Iowa City will follow that pathway, and we're glad to cooperate and help with the development of those regulations. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. And will you state again your name and city you're from for our records?
Thank you. It's Mac Haddo, H-A-D-D-O-W, with the American Kratom Association, and our national office is based in Gainesville, Virginia.
Thank you. We're going to welcome Kevin. Please state your name and city you're from, and you'll be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, my name is Kevin Mumm. I'm from The Connection. I support the Consumer Kratom Protection Act, which allows for age restrictions. I think that's what the city should move towards. I think an age of 18 would be appropriate. People this age are legal adults, and they'd be able to use kratom to use with using their withdrawal symptoms, reduce cravings, and off of street drugs, and reduce alcohol use. Also, college athletes, they get injured, they can use kratom to relieve their pain and protect and live a productive life after their injury. Don't deny responsible adults kratom. Thank you.
And what city are you from, Kevin?
Iowa City.
Thank you. We're going to welcome Laura. Please state your name and city.
Yes, my name is Laura, L-O-R-A, A-R-N-N-Y, and I'm from Layton, Utah. And I am calling in support of the ability to keep kratom legal, especially for patients like myself. I am a chronic pain patient of 13 years. I have a rare condition called trigeminal neuralgia. And this is especially important to me because I actually have a close friend who actually introduced kratom to me that lives in Iowa. And he's been extremely vocal in the support of keeping kratom legal. And also, you know, we want it regulated as well. We want to be able to access this to control pain. I'm a responsible user. I am excited to tell you that I'm basically off opiates completely and able to use Kratom as an alternative, whereas before I was on multiple opiate doses per day. It has given me the ability to control my pain and not make myself altered in any way so that I can regain life again. And like Mac Haddo said, which by the way, I help volunteer for their organization and advocate for them as well. It's true. It has really saved the lives of many, including myself. And I know that I speak for thousands and thousands of patients out there, just like myself, who rely on Kratom to be able to control their pain, especially in an atmosphere where the opiate epidemic is a real concern to many. If a substance like Kratom were to be banned, this would affect patients like me, and again, many in Iowa City and such around that really do rely on this plant supplement.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Please, welcome. And there's a sign-in sheet there. And please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, I'm Gypsy Russ. I'm a graduate student here in Iowa City, and I am for the ban. The reason why I say this is because I have witnessed more than one person who was of legal age of 18 become a completely different person, and maybe I would say they were just completely into outer space within a matter of a couple of seconds, and they were not the same person for at least 24 hours afterwards. I think there are some legitimate uses for pain, but you just never know. I just think the ban is a good thing, and I've seen it firsthand, just witnessed it. You know, not lately, but you just never know. It's very hard to regulate the manufacture of it, so I'm strongly for the ban. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public discussion and move on to council discussion.
Yeah, I think, I want to thank Councilor Dunn for bringing this to our attention. It wasn't something that was on my radar in any big way other than seeing the signs around. But that did lead to a lot of research, looking at the FDA reports, looking at some of the medical public health concerns with this. And that's, I guess it's good to know. That said, there's for a variety of reasons, I think I'm satisfied that a ban on the sale of this substance in our community actually does make sense and is in the interest of public health. Couple of them, and kind of addressing some of the various arguments or positions that we've had taken through emails and other things. One is that currently there is no regulation on the content of this product. And if it does the things that people have told us it does, can cure or mitigate alcoholism, opioid addiction, pain, then if that's true, then by its nature it has to have some kind of potent or significant effect on the human physiology. Otherwise, we'd be talking about a placebo, which would be a whole different conversation. But if those effects are true and it has a significant effect on the human body, and we don't have really good research on that effect, we don't have physicians prescribing this for people, and we don't have any sort of regulation of what goes into it currently. Those are all sort of, pretty significant red flags for me. Another red flag for me for having this for sale really involves something actually it came up early in our discussion about tobacco, and I've talked about this before, is the prevalence of the advertising for this substance. So we see it, not of course, it's one of those things where you kind of notice it in the background, but since one of our colleagues brought it to my attention, I start seeing those signs, noticing them everywhere, right? If I'm noticing them, that means every kid that walks by is noticing them. If they're walking into stores, they're seeing it for sale. And just very similarly with the concerns we heard earlier from a member of our public health department, when you have that kind of exposure, it normalizes the substance. And in reality, we have reason to believe that this substance has a profound effect on the human body, but we don't have a good reason to believe that it's what the safe dosages are. There's just so many things about it that, again, I think just from a public health perspective and from a wanting to not have it be promoted in front of kids, for those reasons, I'm comfortable with supporting this ban, and I think it is in the public health interests of our city.
Thanks. I also had not heard about Kratom or thought much about it until Councilor Dunn brought it to our attention. And then after I started to learn more, I realized many of the same things you did. I also had the benefit of attending a community mental health session on Kratom. And as I was hearing about this substance that does seem to benefit people, certainly does. But it sounds a lot like other pain relievers we have a recent history with, specifically opioids, where it might help you with pain, but then you might need more, and then you might need more, and then you might need more. Seems real problematic to have it completely unregulated, as you stated. Also, in the last month, we had somebody in our community die. And the obituary says, in lieu of flowers, consider donating some time to write your state and federal congressional representatives to raise awareness of Kratom, the legal yet unregulated drug which took this person's life and made 2 orphans. I mean, that was in the last month. And we just heard the Kratom lobby tell us we need state regulation. And I agree, we need state regulation. So I guess the question for me is, what do we do until we get state regulation? Is what do we do until we have actual requirements for it being only sold to adults and actually having the materials that are advertised in it? And so I'm with you. I am supportive of saying yes to this ban. Alternatively, we can wait and see if our state legislators do something. If our state legislators do something, I'd be more than happy to say we could lift Iowa City's ban once the state does something. But until then, I think it's the responsible thing to do.
They will pass a bill to lift it automatically if they did regulation.
I actually don't. I think that this is a bipartisan issue. I really think so many people see this as analogous to the opioid crisis. Is that this is a thing that could, in this current composition of the state legislature, could actually happen. And so I'd encourage any of the Kratom lobby who's currently still listening to do your work and get the state to regulate.
I really agree of like everything said. I don't want to repeat it, but I even wasn't aware about this substance at all until it brought to the council, and after that I have to go and look for it. And after that I start seeing the sign like Kratom like sold here, and it is really everywhere, but I did not pay attention to it. So the thing that's really concerning me, after that I will start like looking online and try to figure out what it is and what the effect in the human body, and I just feel like it does have effect. And also the thing that really scared me is there is no like for children, like there is no age requirement for this. This is also like really dangerous. If we are doing all this for tobacco, we want to like ban tobacco, like we want to reduce at least the shop for tobacco and close to school and everything that we said. I think this is fall in the same thing that if we want to do it for tobacco, definitely we do it for this too. So I will be in favor of banning this.
Councilor Alter?
Thank you. Sorry, I got kicked out and now I'm back. You can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for everyone weighing in. I appreciate it, and it makes so much sense. That said, I actually am voting against the ban because that's what is before us. At the same time that I fully recognize and am troubled by everything that counselors have said, the bottom line is that it is not illegal, and that there have been people who have said, this is working for me in medicinal terms. Does it mean that everyone is using it for medicinal terms? No, not at all. I'm sure that there's a lot of recreational use, and those are things that, frankly, are none of our business, and they can be troubling in the same way that cigarettes are known to kill, in the same way that alcohol is also known to be highly detrimental to people's health if overused. But we don't have a ban on those. Thus far, there is nothing from the FDA. However, concerning it, we are on, Kratom is on a watch list, but it has not been studied and banned or had a warning label put on it. Therefore, we are not a medical body, even though we have done due diligence. I don't think that we are in a position to say we will ban Kratom when we are also allowing cigarettes, tobacco, and alcohol. I share concerns. I would love nothing more than to see regulation so that we could model the path for us to say it should not be sold to minors. And if there is a way for us to do that forward, I would love it. What's in front of us is a ban. I'm not in favor of that. More broadly, and I'm sorry that Councillor Dunn is not here to be able to participate in this. I guess I'm frustrated that we have a path of good intentions without thinking about this downstream. And that I don't think that putting a mark on how we should take a stand, so to speak, is the right move. As you all may know, Councillor Dunn has sort of had a moment or some time to think about this and has revised his opinion about the ban, which he actually introduced. And we were okay with that because it was in part and parcel of our discussions about tobacco. And it has led to a very fruitful conversation. To the extent that the ban will pass tonight, and so be it. But I think what I want to put forward is for us to be able to have these conversations before they are at a place of, do we do this or do we do that? Let us have a robust conversation and allow a little bit of time, even though we want to be action-oriented, about being able to think about what the actual implications are. This is certainly within the context of Kratom, and it is not leveled at any person in particular. It's just as a council, I'm frustrated because we're at a policy decision, and there's a lot of things to talk about, right? So anyway, that is where I'm at. I will be voting against it. I realize I'm in the minority, but there are two things. One is I just don't think that we have the business of getting involved in this when we also are fine with putting forward permits for other things that we know are dangerous to public health. And I hope that in future, our conversations are not framed by a vote or not, that we can actually pause to talk a little bit about things before they get to us for a vote. So that's it. Thank you.
First, sir.
I guess a little bit because I think I thought I heard, maybe I heard wrong, like Council Arthur said, if like Council Dunn is here, I think isn't this brought by Council Dunn to bring with? You know, I wasn't even aware about this until he brought it up and said we need to ban this. But I think you mentioned that he will be like talking against this or something like that. Maybe you are mistaken.
He has actually, I've spoken with him and he's actually gone to the press. He has changed his opinion. He no longer is in favor of a ban.
Oh, I wasn't know that, but because I guess I was just surprised because he's the one who brought it up to begin with.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
thank you, he brought it to our attention.
I think your comments, the question, I think is a very fair one. How is this different from alcohol and tobacco? I think that is a fair question. It's one I've actually thought about. I think one of the big things, for me anyway, is that those are substances which do have quite a bit of regulation by entities that have the ability to do so. So if I go in and I buy a can of beer or bottle of wine or whatever, there is all kinds of stuff on that label telling me the percentage of alcohol that's in there by volume, any other, those kinds of things. There's labeling laws. There's also, laws already in place, at levels of government well above us. So there's like widespread enforcement of things like age and things to that effect. And so, same thing with tobacco. I mean, these things are all, they're regulated. There are, I stopped and got a soda on the way home this afternoon. Sorry, I've been talking all day and my throat's going out on me. But, there's a big sign right above the tobacco display in the gas station where I stopped saying these products will cause cancer, yada, 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 and on and on. And I mean, like, we have that for tobacco. And so you could argue that because of that, because of all of those things, the thing that makes them different is there are other levels of oversight, of regulation, and also public awareness of what these substances are. And so I think it kind of, and I think to Councilor Mo's point from earlier, you're kind of like, which thing do we sit around and wait for an or somebody else to do something and just sort of just ignore it until then, or do we be proactive and say, well, I don't think this should be a ban on the sale. It shouldn't be for sale in our city limits in the meantime, but geez, if they, FDA gives it something, or they come up with that and they preempt us, that'll happen in the course of things. So what's in the meantime, I think, is really what this boils down to for me. And of the two choices, either leaving it for sale or removing it for sale until we have a better idea of whether it really is safe, if it actually does all of these things, what regulation should look like, and also support for regulation enforcement, which I believe we do get from the state with things like tobacco. We have different mechanisms for doing that kind of stuff. Since those aren't in place, I still think it'd be a public health benefit to ban the sale of the substance, not the possession or use, but the sale. In the meantime, while we wait for people that do have the laboratories and all of those things, the expertise to figure it out on a grander scale. But that's, I can appreciate that people have differing opinions on that, but that's where I fall.
If I can hop in real quick, and it's not a direct response, one of the things that I did not mention, and it take it for what it is worth. As I said earlier, there are definitely people who are not, and they're taking it because it has an enjoyment factor. It is something they want to take in lieu of other things. But there are people who have come out specifically talking about pain management and about addiction mitigation, not cures, by no stretch. But what I will say is this. We know all too well that our healthcare system is crap as far and expensive. And so there is an equity issue here, just a tiny bit. And I'm not saying it carte blanche, but I am saying that it is not, we can do a lot of good intentions And yet, who are we actually impacting? And if there is a small amount of people who are saying, I don't have a doctor, I don't have a rehab to go to, but this is something that's keeping me off of worse things, I'm good with that. So I just wanted to put my final foot in the sand, and it wasn't directed at you, Counselor Harmsen.
That's okay.
I just wanted to get that final bit in. So thank you for indulging me.
It would be okay if it was. We're just having a friendly discussion. So about things we care about deeply. It's all good. I would just kind of riffing off of that too, thinking of like the people that are, the lobbyists and things like that. Kind of on the flip side of that, exactly. I mean, again, you raise very, very good points. The flip side of that is, do we really think that the marketing association or whatever is really doing this and they're providing this as a free service? No, they might be exploiting the same people that might have access. I mean, they're making a buck on this too. I mean, that's to me that sort of balances in the grand scheme of things.
100%. I just think if a person's in pain and they can get the stuff down the street as opposed to ordering it online or having to figure out Coralville, it's not illegal right now. So I'll be hushed now.
All right. Well, I wanted to first acknowledge there is a hand raised online. I want them to be aware that I did close the public comment, so there was an opportunity, but I have closed that. And we will not be going back to public comment on this item. This is a big thing on our agenda. We're talking about a ban. There's so much to this that I don't know about. I've heard contradictory information on this. But what's really interesting, especially since we just stopped on exploitation, right? Comments about exploitation. What is interesting to me is that we have received hundreds of emails from people on Kratom that are from our community, the same emails, same write-up. On Saturday, a good friend of mine sent an email. It was not him. When we first talked about this at a work session, another friend of mine had just called me and said she was living in Des Moines. So when I read the email, at the end, it gave her Iowa City address. And so I texted her. I forwarded her the email in a text and said, "Did you send this?" She said, "Absolutely not." Huh. So I don't understand how we have so many emails, do not ban Kratom, from people that are in our community, and when we know any of these individuals, they have no idea that this has been sent.
I'll concur. I decided to knock on the door of a neighbor who supposedly sent a do not ban Kratom email, and it was not that person at all. So we are getting almost 100 emails now, and I don't know how many of them are real.
100 copies of the same email.
100 copies of the same email from people who, sorry, I interrupted you, but I'm just concurring that this is
So this is troubling. This, to me, is red flag of something that we're used to getting emails. We're used to getting copy and paste emails. Mm-hmm. But those emails, you can call up those people, and they actually sent that. Mm-hmm. But this is not the case here. I am very, of course I'm very concerned with there being no labels, no age restrictions. Absolutely. This is something that the FDA, has, talked about. I've talked to various people in the medical profession. Many of them don't know anything about it. They had nothing to offer. And specifically in the mental health world, psychiatrists, that type of stuff, I've talked to them about this, and they just have no knowledge, no information, which was a little surprising because then most individuals, if they're talking to their physician, they would include in discussion some of the things that they're using. But I don't know. I didn't, fully scan. Just a couple of close friends that I talked to. Nevertheless, I'm going to agree to the ban tonight to keep the conversation going. I don't. There's a lot of weird stuff happening with this. There's only one person that spoke to us in favor of the ban that was present tonight. The other individuals, except for one that spoke, are not from Iowa City, no disrespect. But if we have all these individuals that, are saying do not ban Kratom, and I understand maybe they don't want to be coming forth and being present, but all of their emails are public documents. This is something that I'm going to support the ban on tonight to keep the conversation going, and I just don't know where I'll eventually land, but very troubled by some of the things that are happening that I don't know where it's being initiated from. So, and these are real names from people in our community, so I don't even know where how this list was obtained. But I will support the ban tonight.
I did not know that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting us know that.
All right. Roll call, please.
Sutla?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
No.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1. We're going to move on to item number 10F, naming new park at 1001 Shannon Drive, Adelaide Joy Rogers Park. Resolution naming the new park at 1001 Shannon Drive as Adelaide Joy Rogers Park. And could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo?
Second, Tale.
All right, and welcome, Julie.
Just real briefly, you saw the development plans for this park earlier tonight. As part of that public input process, we did ask for name suggestions. You had that in your packet. There was about 40 different name suggestions. This one really rose to the top for the Parks Commission. And instead of me explaining who it is, Kevin Boyd, who actually recommended it, is here, and I'd like to have him give you the background.
Great. Welcome, Kevin.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you. I love when we honor past civic leaders in our current civic spaces. We're here in Harvard Hall, Weatherby Park, Lummi Elementary, Blackhawk Mini Park. And, when I moved back to Iowa City after 12 years away, about a decade ago now, I started kind of digging back into our local history and noticed that much of what we honor doesn't always reflect the diversity of our city as it is today. But that doesn't mean we should stop honoring our local civic leaders. It just needs to be work a little harder to tell a more inclusive picture of Iowa City. We have to dig a little deeper in our history and take active steps to make sure that when we consider naming things, we start to tell a more full picture. So tonight's an opportunity to bring us one step closer to telling that full history through our civic spaces, to celebrate someone history nearly forgot. Adelaide Joy Rogers, her full name, including her maiden name Joy, was on the ballot in 1921, right after women earned the right to vote. And that itself was radical that she ran, and even more so that she had the courage to run and the courage to use the name she preferred, including her maiden name. And that very well may have been the reason why she was 57 votes short of winning. She also had a long history of advocacy for women and girls throughout her public life. She was largely quiet about a lot of other issues, but on this issue, she kept kind of over her life here, kept kind of showing up. In 1886, as a student at the University of Iowa, there were no recreation opportunities for women students that there were for men, and so she helped start the YWCA that hired a women's athletic director in Close Hall that was a facility not too far from here where that recreation opportunities existed for women and girls. In 1906, she and some neighbors advocated for equal opportunity in education in schools in kind of 1906 very gendered way of thinking about it, but was very strong in her language about it being disrespectful to young women and girls, that there weren't opportunities in education like there were for traditional male roles. And again, she advocated for opportunities for women who were trying to teach recreation opportunities at the Children's Hospital, the kind of the predecessor to our Children's Hospital we have today. I had Adelaide in mind for a future park name since 2020. I was excited, however, when this park came up, and particularly because it was a West Side park. Adelaide and her husband were kind of early West Siders. They lived on Melrose Avenue and Park Road. I also loved that she really loved kind of native plants and particularly native wildflowers. She was part of a garden club and was really kind of an advocate for kind of planting things that were from that were native to Iowa. So honoring Adelaide brings us one step closer, kind of having our civic spaces tell a more inclusive story. There's still more work to do when we do that, but we have an opportunity tonight to find ways to honor our past. And I'm happy to answer any questions about her that you might have, if that's appropriate.
Thank you.
All right, great.
The only question I have is, are there any pictures of her?
You know, I have been hunting down those photos. I have found on Ancestry, like the great-granddaughter of her, she adopted 2 sons. It's like their stepdaughter, and have messaged her a few weeks ago. She was a member of a local organization that still exists today, the Pioneer Club of the Daughters of the American Revolution. I've messaged them. I have worked with the Women's Archives. I'm sending them kind of a full list of all the different clubs. I've been in a couple of times to try to track down photos. I have photos of her sons. I have photos, of course, of her husband. You know, he was a University of Iowa professor, so there's photos of him. But I can't find one yet, but I kind of keep hoping that the energy in the world, and Adelaide from wherever she's at, is helping us kind of guide us to finding a photo of her. But I don't have one. I really wish I did, Mr. Mayor.
And any conversations with anyone that have any knowledge or history that have come down through the generations?
Yeah, the closest I have to, she passed away in the 1950 maybe, or early 50s. So I don't know anyone who knows her personally. I've reached out, like I said, to some distant family, hoping that they had a photo or maybe some stories or some family documents of some kind. But I have not heard back. It's been over a month. So,
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Great. Thank you.
All right, no other questions for him? Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. See no one in person or online. Council discussion.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah, the reason I ask the questions is because I think the bio is really great. But sometimes you need to talk to somebody to just, fully know. But, yeah. All right. Roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo? Yeah. Salah?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, we are on to item number 11, which was announcement of vacancies new. 11A is Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2029. Climate Action Commission, 3 vacancies to fill a 3-year term, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. And we have Human Rights Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through December 31st, 2024, plus a 3-year term, January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. Human Rights Commission, 2 vacancies to fill a 3-year term, January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. Parks and Recreation Commission, 2 vacancies to fill a 4-year term, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2028. Public Art Advisory Committee, at large, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. Senior Center Commission, 2 vacancies to fill a 3-year term, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. And could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So move.
Second, Mo.
Moved by Sally, seconded by Mo. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. So number 12, item number 12 is announcements of vacancies previous. 12A is Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals HVAC Professional, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission Jefferson Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Woodlawn Avenue, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. Item number 13 is City Council information.
Yes. I have 2 things to report. Yeah, I have the honor to meet the Acting Assistant Administration of Water, Bruno Bigot, and also Catherine Stock, Director of the EPA Office of Water. When we went to, like, they came to tour the wastewater plant. So they were very excited to learn about our upcoming digester rehab and the renewable natural gas project, and about the research partnership we have with the University of Iowa. I think after they tour and the way that the staff of the wastewater division explain everything, you can see the excitement that, like, they, even he was really excited by, moved by the project. And after that, we went and toured the plant. For me, I was excited too, because this is my first time to go there, by the way. And I was just, like, amazed by everything that going on over there, like, very, very clean place and well maintained, and also the project, like, going ahead. I think they have very good impressions. And also, like, I was very happy to learn that he was one of the city council members in Iowa City back on 1990. And also Joe Buckham was with him. It's been, like, really good time. I was very excited that I see them excited about our project and what we do in Iowa City. So also for reporting on commission, Council Don and I, we had a meeting for the road committee, and we just approved small part on, like, change of nomination when somebody being nominating, but the person is not present. So they have to send an acceptance to say, yes, I accepted, or if they denied it, they have to say that. It's not something big, meeting only like less than 4 minutes. Yeah.
Just want to say thanks to the organizers of the African Festival, as well as Northside Oktoberfest. I ate way too much on Saturday. I love living in Iowa City. I had samosas and beignets and sauerkraut and sausage, so all in a short window of time, and that makes me love Iowa City.
Yeah, very nice event. And as a first event, I guess, like, behind the scenes, there is a lot of people, like Africans members, who really work hard on making this event come the way that it came.
Excited
really,
to come back
very exciting, and hope we, like, looking forward for it next year. Yeah. But I want to just, like, shout really thank to every single person who participated there, like from music to selling food to everything, because those people, they created a WhatsApp group by seeing them how hard they work to make this happen. Yeah. It was an amazing event.
And for them to pull that off in such a short amount of time with such great participation from the performers to the vendors to the public, it was great.
Yes, exactly.
Very good. All right, we're going to move on to item number 14, reports on items from our city staff, city manager's office.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
City attorney.
I'll just mention that I just returned from the International Municipal Lawyers Association Conference, which was in Florida. It was not perfectly timed in that regard. It was quite windy, but both the conference was in the same building as the hotel, so I actually did not leave the building for more than 2 days, and that was okay with me. It was quite windy, but because of the inland location, it was not as bad as it could have been. Travel, thankfully, was safe both ways, and I appreciated the opportunity to reconnect with colleagues both from Iowa and from around the country.
Great. City Clerk Office.
Just noting the upcoming CPRB Community Forum on October 16th at 5:30 at the library.
Awesome. Great.
And can you remind me, we have a meeting this October, right?
Yes.
We have a meeting like
Oh,
like a special?
yes, we have, yes. So,
Can we remind us? Just
yeah, so you're referring to our strategic plan meeting?
Yes. When is that? I just want to make
22nd?
sure I still have it on the calendar.
October 22nd, and it's going to be here in Council Chambers, I
October
believe.
22nd.
And it's 1 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay, October 22nd.
Got it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to item number 15. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Mo?
Second,
Moved by-
second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Sala. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0, 5-0. Enjoy the rest of the night.